Chapter 258. Lu Dou's hand held the hilt of the broadsword. The broadsword's tip faced upwards as it stood in front of him. His rough palm slowly stroked the body of the blade that was as black as ink. The strange symbols seemed to have come alive as they twisted and emitted a strange glow. Suddenly, Lu Dou's palm suddenly drew across the incomparably sharp blade. Following the twitching of the muscles at the corner of Lu Dou's eyes, the essence blood that had gathered in his palm was completely swallowed by the inhuman broadsword in his hand. Immediately, the light on the broadsword shone brightly. Those strange symbols were filled with a strange scarlet energy at this moment. A bloody aura spread out. Waves of dense blood-colored fog lingered around the broadsword's body unceasingly, concealing the entire blade within the blood fog. Lu Dou, who had lost the essence blood, his originally rosy face had instantly become pale white. He appeared incomparably weak. However, that pair of shady old eyes still sparkled with a bright glow. When Xiao Yan saw this, his eyebrows involuntarily knit together. Clearly, this Dou technique of Lu Dou, which was called garrison, had an extremely frightening exhaustion on the user's body. Just from the point of the blood sacrifice, the degree of ruthlessness of this blade technique had already exceeded everything. However, on the other hand, although this technique garrison had an extremely great exhaustion on the user's body and might even harm the user's essence, the strength obtained from it was also unimaginable. Although the drawbacks of this killing technique were not small, it was still a kind of trump card that could be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Since I created this saber strike, garrison, I've executed it a total of 4 times. Moreover, every single time, it was when I was on the verge of death and on the verge of death, turning the situation around and forcefully killing my opponent. When these words of Lu Dou's were spoken, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan in the arena or the group of half-emperor experts outside the arena, even Gu Li, all involuntarily threw a surprised gaze at Lu Dou. It was unexpected that this garrison was actually even more frightening than they had imagined. How could a person who was able to cause an expert like Lu Dou to fall into a life and death situation be a mediocre person? Even if that was a matter of the past, it was still unable to hide the terror of this blade technique. Being able to kill a half-emperor expert with one blade was sufficient to allow Lu Dou to do whatever he wanted among the half-emperor class experts. It is really unexpected that he actually has such a skill. Moreover, from the strange aura of his blade, it is likely that his words are not without reason. In this way, if they were to really fight, wouldn't it be extremely likely that even the old me would be seriously injured when faced with this blade technique? That Yan Xiao. The moment he thought of this, Gu Li's expression immediately changed intensely. If that was really the case, then Xiao Yan would really be in danger. Damn it. I really shouldn't have. Why have I become muddle-headed? The gap between a 3-star half-emperor and a 7-star half-emperor is extremely large. With Lu Dou's strength, how could Xiao Yan withstand this blade technique? At this moment, Gu Li's heart was filled with anxiety. He regretted actually allowing Xiao Yan to fight against Lu Dou. If this were to continue, then Xiao Yan would be in danger at any moment. However, it was definitely too late for him to intervene now. Thus, he could only wait. Wait for Xiao Yan to make the first move. Wait for Xiao Yan to be unable to withstand it, then he would immediately act to save Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Yan was the chief alchemist of his alchemist guild. He was also the champion of this year's alchemist grand meeting. Moreover, he and Qi Lin had a pretty good impression of Xiao Yan. It was reasonable for him to not allow anything to happen to Xiao Yan before his eyes. With a thought, he secretly raised the Dou Qi within his body and circulated it to every part of his body. He was prepared to make a move at any moment to ensure that he could respond to any sudden situation in time. I didn't expect that you would use the ultimate skill of your lifetime when I've only just met you. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad in my heart. Although Xiao Yan was surprised by Lu Dou's words, he still smiled faintly. Xiao Yan was confident that even if Lu Dou's blade technique, garrison, wasn't weak, he would still be able to block it by relying on his 7-fold heaven-breaking ruler. After all, when 7 human-rank Dou skills were used together and complemented each other, their might wouldn't lose to the full-force attack of an 8-star half-emperor. I just didn't expect that you'd actually concealed your strength so deeply. No wonder Li Gan was defeated by you. His death wasn't due to your luck. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him for being too stupid. Lu Dou opened his mouth once again. His words were filled with admiration for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and didn't say anything. However, the hand that held the heavy Xian ruler in his hand tightened again. The dou qi within his body poured into the huge ruler even more wildly. Broad blade, garrison. After a long time, when the sky once again fell into silence, Lu Dou suddenly let out a violent shout. He fiercely swung the broad blade in his hand. The broad blade's hilt shot straight up into the sky. Lu Dou's body suddenly moved and rushed toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. Lu Dou had already arrived in front of him, but his broad blade had already been swung into the sky. At this moment, Lu Dou was rushing toward Xiao Yan. If he didn't respond in time, he was afraid that he would leave a big gap for Lu Dou. However, just when everyone outside the arena was feeling anxious for Xiao Yan's body didn't move at all. His eyes slowly closed. An enormous spiritual strength quickly spread out and enveloped this space. At this moment, even the slightest change in this space would all fall into Xiao Yan's eyes. As expected, Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. If Lu Dou's move was used against an ordinary half-emperor, perhaps it would really be difficult to deal with him even if the opponent's strength was much higher than his. However, facing Xiao Yan, who was an alchemist, this little trick of Lu Dou's was somewhat insufficient. The next moment, in front of the stunned gazes of everyone outside of the battleground, Lu Dou's body, which was charging explosively toward Xiao Yan, suddenly turned into an illusionary shadow and swiftly disappeared into the empty space the moment they made contact. Instantly, everyone present swiftly understood that Lu Dou's figure was only an afterimage. Since that was the case, then his true body should be at / A stern cry sounded. In the sky, the broadsword that contained a frightening dou qi suddenly appeared to be controlled by something. The broadsword that was flying upwards suddenly paused in midair. Immediately, the body of the blade turned and the tip of the blade pointed downwards. It faced Xiao Yan and violently chopped down. At the same time, Lu Dou's body also appeared. His hand held the hilt of the broadsword as he came in a menacing manner. With the broadsword in front, the strong and overbearing aura caused Lu Dou to be unable to find the slightest opening. This also caused the might of the broadsword in his hand to be even more frightening. The 15th fruit was indeed worthy of being created by Lu Dou Ning throughout her life's comprehension. This kind of unassailable overbearing might really shook one's soul. However, the more it was so, the more it stirred the overflowing fighting intent in Xiao Yan's heart. They were both self-created dou skills. However, it was unknown whether Xiao Yan's 7-layer sky-breaking ruler, or this blade technique was stronger or weaker. Perhaps, both of them were extremely frightening existences. Seeing that Lu Dou was getting closer and closer to him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little solemn in his heart. After all, he had only used the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler twice. Moreover, each time it was a long-distance collision. At this moment, at such a close distance, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. Without destruction, there can be no construction. This kind of situation was something that Xiao Yan would encounter sooner or later. Since this was the case, why not take this opportunity to give it a try? Outside the arena, Gu Li's face was solemn as she watched Xiao Yan and Lu Dou in the arena. Her brows were filled with worry. On the other side of the crowd, a few human figures wrapped in black robes also revealed a dark gaze as they stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Chapter 259. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed an overflowing fighting spirit. He once again tightened his grip on the heavy Xian ruler as he let out a stern cry. His right arm suddenly waved and the beautiful heavy Xian ruler danced like a long banner. The huge ruler drew across and 100,000 feet long ruler glow shot out. Immediately, the color of the sky and the earth became one. The colors of all living things were completely covered at this moment. The majestic ruler glow tore through the empty space and violently collided with the frightening blade technique, Garrison, that was coming at him head-on at lightning speed. However, in the next moment, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan in the arena or the group of half-DD experts outside the arena, all of their faces revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was difficult to imagine that this ruler glow of Xiao Yan's that was comparable to a high human class Do technique would actually be so weak in front of the blade technique, Garrison. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Xiao Yan's ruler that was filled with power was actually forcefully broken by the Garrison, in an unstoppable manner within a couple of breaths' time after it collided with Lu Dou's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Dou coldly laughed. This Garrison of his had merged with the essence blood in his body. He had exhausted his essence blood as the price in order to form this blade. How could its strength be easily compared to a high human class Do technique? Although the blade technique, Garrison, had not reached the level of a Ling class Do technique, its strength was far from what an ordinary Ling class Do technique could compare with. Even though this ruler glow of Xiao Yan's was a high human class Do technique, it was similarly difficult to suppress it. Xiao Yan was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He also did not place all of his hopes on this ruler. He clearly understood that just this ruler alone was far from enough to defeat Lu Dou. Therefore, seven-layered sky-breaking ruler, the second ruler. Xiao Yan cried out sternly in his heart. He once again waved the huge ruler. As the ruler glow shot out, another majestic ruler glow that was not the slightest bit inferior to the first ruler shot out. Lu Dou coldly laughed. Xiao Yan actually dared to use this move. Everyone outside the arena also threw regretful gazes toward Xiao Yan. Gu Li's expression carried a little nervousness as he stared at the broadsword in Lu Dou's hand. His heart did not dare to relax even a little. What the hell is this kid doing? In the next moment, the magnificent ruler light was already in front of the broadsword. In just a moment, the two would collide. 3 feet. With a stern cry in his heart, Xiao Yan once again waved the giant ruler in his hand. A ruler glow shot out. Just as the broadsword and the ruler glow were about to collide, the ruler glow merged with the magnificent ruler glow at lightning speed. With the addition of the ruler glow, the might emitted by the ruler glow once again soared. 4 feet. However, before everyone's faces could reveal a surprised expression, Xiao Yan once again waved both of his hands. The enormous ruler danced and the heavenly flame soared in the air like a fire banner. The empty space also repeatedly became distorted with it. The giant ruler swung through the void and a terrifying ruler light shot out once again. In an instant, it had merged with the previous 2 ruler lights. The already terrifying power skyrocketed once again. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately widened their mouths and were speechless. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was still waving the huge ruler in his hand. 5 feet. After another stern cry sounded from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart, the enormous ruler in his hand once again cut through the empty space. The heavenly flame flew and the ruler glow shot out. It followed closely behind and perfectly merged with the 3 ruler glows like a wave. Buzz. With the merging of the ruler glows, the majestic ruler glow that was formed by the merging of the 4 ruler glows became even more imposing. A terrifying heat wave swept through the void. Even with the isolation of the boundary, everyone outside the battlefield still felt an incomparably terrifying heat at this moment. At this moment, everyone outside the battlefield suddenly changed their expressions. They looked at the ruler glow as though they had seen a prehistoric giant beast. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. 6 feet. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan, whose expression had already become a little pale, once again let out a stern cry in his heart. He suddenly waved the enormous ruler in his hand. The brilliant, heavenly flame on it had already become much dimmer. A heavy tiredness gradually surged into Xiao Yan's mind. However, Xiao Yan still did his best to wave the enormous ruler in his hand. A mighty ruler glow once again shot out. He knew that just by relying on this 4 feet, he was unable to defeat Lu Dou's blade technique. At the very most, it could only cancel out the latter. If Xiao Yan wanted to completely defeat Lu Dou, he would need to use another foot. Only by going all out would he have the opportunity to completely defeat Lu Do. As the 5 feet merged, its power shook the heavens. The terrifying ruler glow split the entire sky. At this moment, the fierce and overbearing aura was even stronger than Lu Do's blade technique, Garrison. Lu Do's expression finally changed at this moment. Lu Do's grave eyes looked at Xiao Yan. A feeling of helplessness finally rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never expected that his most frightening killing move, which he was most proud of, would actually be thwarted in front of a 3-star bandit like Xiao Yan. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Lu Do's hand, which was tightly holding the broadsword, could not help but release it with great difficulty. Without Lu Do's support, the broadsword could not withstand the storm caused by the explosion for even a moment. It was swept away and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground below. The remaining power of the majestic ruler glow bombarded Lu Do's chest in the next moment. Receiving such a terrifying attack head-on, Lu Do was seriously injured on the spot. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of Xiao Yan's 7th foot would be if he were to use it at the same time. Outside the arena, everyone's eyes revealed shock as they stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were filled with deep disbelief. That blade strike, which was capable of contending against an 8-star half-martial emperor, was actually defeated in an instant by Xiao Yan's 5-foot attack. It was so much so that it was defeated without the slightest leeway. After this battle, Yan Zhao's name would once again resound in the ancient savage city. Fighting against a middle-stage 7-star half-martial emperor and killing a 6-star half-martial emperor before the battle. With such a battle record, Xiao Yan, who possessed the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, could absolutely be called a legend in battle. A legend in battle. At this moment, the only words that the people outside of the battlefield could think of to describe Xiao Yan's battle were those 4 words. The Do Qi within Gu Li's body was gradually withdrawn back into the vortex. On the other side, the few black-cloaked people also took a deep look at Xiao Yan before quietly leaving. At this point, the battle could be considered to have come to an end. Needless to say, Xiao Yan was naturally the final victor. Although he had won, Xiao Yan's entire body was exhausted. The Do Qi within his body was completely exhausted. In the previous situation, even if he wanted to use the 7th foot, it was completely impossible. His gaze slowly swept across the half-martial emperors outside of the battlefield who still had fiery gazes in their eyes. Xiao Yan knew in his heart that although he was not weak, they would not leave the matter at that. From a certain point of view, the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation had even surpassed the importance they placed on their own lives. Of course, this could not be denied that there were no opponents with similar strength among these people. Those people would feel a kind of wolf-like greed towards Xiao Yan's strength. Perhaps, under the temptation of the Void Lightning Pool invitation, the unrestrained battle was also the reason why they had come here. Cough cough. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to snatch the Void Lightning Pool invitation from my hands? Xiao Yan's gaze once again swept across the crowd outside of the battlefield as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At this moment, his body was already unusually empty. The reason why he had forcefully endured and still spoke at this moment was to make these people in front of him feel fear towards him. From there, they would know the difficulty and retreat. Only in this way could Xiao Yan reduce some unnecessary trouble. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked at each other. However, no one was willing to step forward. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strength, there was already hardly anyone present who dared to have any other thoughts about Xiao Yan. After all, they did not have the support of a powerful Do Qi like Lu Do. If that ruler from earlier had landed on any one of them, it was likely that they would have difficulty escaping death. At this moment, it was only natural that they would avoid it if they could. Although there was no change on Xiao Yan's face when he saw this, his heart had finally become much more relaxed. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he was currently on the verge of a breakthrough. Excessive fighting would only increase the speed of his breakthrough. This was not good news for Xiao Yan, who was currently doing his best to suppress the Do Qi within his body. Brat, the old me wants your Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, just as Xiao Yan was feeling relaxed in his heart, a faint elderly voice was once again transmitted over. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to instantly change. The person who had spoken was actually a 7-star half-martial emperor. Chapter 260. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a tall and sturdy old man wearing a cyan gown was slowly walking out from the crowd. Beside him, there was another old man wearing the same clothes as him. That old man was also slowly walking forward. When Xiao Yan saw the faces of these two old men, he was immediately startled in his heart. These two people's appearances were actually exactly the same. It was as if one of them was a copy of the other. This caused one to feel extremely astonished. When the crowd noticed these two old men, they immediately revealed expressions of shock. They had also never expected that these two old men would actually fight for the Void Lightning Pool invitation in Xiao Yan's hand. Lin Feng, Lin Yu. Never would I have imagined that it would actually be them. After the battle ended, the spatial seal was also removed. When the two old men appeared, Gu Li's body flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. He was vigilantly watching the two people before him. Hearing Gu Li's words, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He cast a puzzled gaze at Gu Li. Although the dou qi in his body was exhausted, he had already taken a medicinal pellet earlier. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt a lot more relaxed. Seeing this, Gu Li involuntarily frowned and sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he sighed softly and slowly said, "These two people, one is called Lin Feng and the other is called Lin Yu. Their attributes are also the same as their names. One is the wind attribute and the other is the water attribute." After saying these words, Gu Li turned his gaze around and once again looked at the two old men. His old eyes narrowed. Xiao Yan also stared at the two old men. He nodded slightly. After that, Gu Li continued to speak. These two people, Lin Feng is the older one and Lin Yu is the second. Their strengths are also different. This is something that you have already discovered. Lin Feng's strength is the same as that Lu Dou from earlier. He is a middle stage 7-star half-martial emperor. As for Lin Yu, he is an initial stage 7-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan nodded again. With his soul strength, he had already sensed this basic situation when the two had first appeared. If it were only those two individuals, then it would be one thing, as they would not be enough to cause others to pay too much attention to them. However, most importantly, ever since the two of them started cultivating, regardless of what sort of opponent they encountered, they have always fought together. Furthermore, the two of them possess attributes that complement one another. Thus, when they are working together, ordinary mid-stage 8-star half-martial emperors will not be able to do anything to them. It is precisely because of this that their reputation is even greater than Lu Dou's. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded again. These twins were indeed strong opponents. When they joined forces, the strength they could unleash was even more terrifying. For example, the gold-silver elders that Xiao Yan had encountered in the Black Corner region were also in this situation. Back then, the gold-silver elders had relied on the tacit understanding between the two of them to fight Su Qian, who was a 3-star Dou Zong, with their strength at the peak of the Dou Huang class. From this, it was not difficult to imagine just how frightening Lin Feng and Lin Yu would be if they were to work together. When Xiao Yan shot his gaze toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu, the two elders also turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan and Lin Feng's eyes met. However, they felt as though they were being pointed at by two invisible sharp swords. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened. A surprised expression flashed deep within his eyes. The two elders in front of him were even more frightening than he had imagined. This degree of tacit understanding far surpassed that of the gold-silver elders back then. "May I know if the two of you, our information, Gu Li beside you should have already told you, right?" Xiao Yan's words had just left his mouth when the old man who had spoken earlier interrupted Xiao Yan. He had just spat out half a sentence when the other old man opened his mouth to speak. The order in which the two spoke, the tone in the middle, and even the timbre of their voices were completely the same. It was as though they were the same person. Just by listening to their voices, it was impossible to tell that these words had come from the mouths of the two of them. The perfect cooperation caused Xiao Yan to feel even more solemn toward Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart. This was merely a casual conversation. If they were to really be on the battlefield, with the tacit understanding between the two of them, they would be able to easily finish off an 8-star half-D. At this moment, when he thought about it again, the words that had been emitted from the mouth of the old man earlier were likely said by these two at the same time. Let's not talk too much. Our objective, you are already very clear. It was another strange way of speaking. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a chill. Don't tell me that the two of you want to take action now? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The hand that was holding the dark heavy buster sword once again exerted strength. However, his breathing had become somewhat hurried. The current Xiao Yan was indeed a bit too weak. Beside him, Gu Li took a step forward and half-blocked Xiao Yan behind himself. Compared to Xiao Yan, he was even more clear about the strength of the two people before him. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not do anything toward Gu Li. Their blade-like gazes paused slightly on Gu Li's body. Even when facing an 8-star half-D, they were still confident in being able to defeat them. After that, they looked toward Xiao Yan. Their strange way of speaking caused one's heart to feel a chill. These two people were truly like the same person. That sort of method, we disdain to use it. We will give you 3 days' time. 3 days later, we will wait for you here. That is merely your wishful thinking. What if I refuse to accept your challenge? Xiao Yan frowned. These two people seemed to have absolute confidence in their own strength. However, Xiao Yan did not wish to cause any more trouble. That was not something that he wanted to see. As the champion of the alchemist competition, you are also the strongest member of the younger generation in the ancient city. You do not have the right to refuse. I refuse to accept your challenge. Xiao Yan decisively sneered and interrupted the words that they had yet to finish speaking. These words held no attraction to him. It was merely a false reputation. It did not matter if he had it or not. Sure enough, after Xiao Yan said those words, the two old men were clearly startled. In their hearts, their sister-in-law was astonished. Xiao Yan looked at them. Even the changes in their expressions were exactly the same. As for the surrounding half-D emperors, they also cast astonished gazes toward Xiao Yan. Fame and fortune were things that the majority of experts were unwilling to give up. Sometimes, they even cared more about fame and fortune than their lives. However, the Xiao Yan before them was a person who cared more about reality. Qin Zhong, he also has the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If you refuse to accept our challenge, then, we will go and find him. The result will be the same. You're threatening me. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. Gu Li's expression also turned cold. He knew that Xiao Yan and Qin Zhong's relationship was not ordinary. Xiao Yan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. You can choose to accept our challenge. This time, the leading old man spoke alone. As for the other old man, he directly extended his hand toward Xiao Yan. In his hand was a letter of challenge. A fury had already risen in Xiao Yan's heart. His expression had become as dark and solemn as water. The thing that he was least afraid of was threats, because he would not accept any threats. The thing that he hated the most was none other than those who threatened him. Gu Li frowned and looked at Xiao Yan. He was not sure if Xiao Yan would accept the challenge. However, he did not want Xiao Yan to accept the challenge. Now that the Void Lightning Pool was about to open, regardless of whether Xiao Yan was injured or lost the Void Lightning Pool invitation, Xiao Yan would lose the opportunity to enter the Void Lightning Pool. Xiao Yan could not let his emotions affect his decisions at this time. All right. I accept your challenge. 3 days later, I will be here and fight with you. Swoosh, the sound of wind breaking rang out. Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and caught the letter of challenge. The strong wind blew Xiao Yan's hair. This could be considered the first battle between the two of them. Xiao Yan accepted the challenge in front of everyone. Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not want to stay any longer. The two of them turned around and were about to leave. "Wait!" Xiao Yan coldly shouted. Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their eyebrows at the same time. Their gazes landed on Xiao Yan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with doubt. "Wager," Lin Feng's indifferent voice drifted out. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Yan. This fellow actually dares to think about their wager. Could it be that he still hopes to win against them? Compared to him, Lin Feng and Lin Yu threw a surprised gaze toward Xiao Yan. The two old men exchanged glances with each other before they immediately opened their mouths and spoke at the same time. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. Chapter 261. Void Lightning Pool Invitation. When these words reached the ears of the crowd, they were momentarily stunned. They did not expect that these two fellows would actually be willing to use the Void Lightning Pool invitation as a wager. However, in the blink of an eye, the crowd swiftly regained their senses. Given Lin Feng and Lin Yu's strength, they naturally did not think much of Xiao Yan. The reason they used the Void Lightning Pool invitation as a wager was so that Xiao Yan would be able to accept the challenge on time. They believed that Lin Feng and Lin Yu also had absolute confidence in defeating Xiao Yan. Otherwise, they would not have purposely used the Void Lightning Pool invitation to attract Xiao Yan. With regards to this point, Xiao Yan was naturally aware. Given his shrewdness, such a low-level method could not be hidden from him. Of course, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not expect to use such a method to make Xiao Yan lose himself in his greed. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in his tone. He lifted his gaze and looked at Lin Yu opposite him. At this moment, he was holding a bright silver Void Lightning Pool invitation between his two fingers. An extremely obscure glint flashed across the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes. The two people before him had already touched his reverse scale. If possible, he would definitely not show any mercy when they were on the battlefield. On the opposite side, Lin Feng and Lin Yu frowned slightly. They once again looked at each other. A trace of doubt flashed across the depths of their eyes. Their instincts told them that Xiao Yan was not as simple as he seemed. However, when the two of them once again looked at Xiao Yan, the latter revealed a satisfied smile. The strangeness from the previous moment was long gone. From the looks of it, he was rather satisfied with this wager. "Haha, the two of you are really generous. However, this is also good. At least this will make things fairer." Lin Feng and Lin Yu remained silent and did not pay any more attention to this. Two pairs of dark eyes stared deeply at Xiao Yan. Then, under the various gazes of the crowd, they slowly disappeared above the void. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's departure caused the half-step martial emperors to whisper to each other again. They didn't expect Xiao Yan to cause such a huge commotion in the ancient Desolation City after disappearing for half a month. It seemed that the ancient Desolation City was going to be lively again before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool. When Lin Feng and Lin Yu's auras completely disappeared, Xiao Yan's body couldn't help but soften. Seeing this, Guli hurriedly supported him, frowning as she looked at Xiao Yan, her heart filled with worry. "Yan Xiao, aren't you being a little too impulsive by doing this?" Guli sighed helplessly. She glanced at the group of half-step martial emperors who were gradually leaving. It wouldn't take long for the news of Xiao Yan's battle with Lin Feng and Lin Yu to spread throughout the wildlands. Xiao Yan forced himself to remain calm and shook his head gently. After resting for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "I also didn't want to cause such a huge commotion before the opening of the Void Lightning Pool. However, they have already come and even used my friends to threaten me. This is something that I can't tolerate, but, 3 days later, do you really have the confidence to deal with them? You have already seen their strength. If..." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yan shook his head once again. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Guli, saying, "They have already come. I think that this will make them even more wary of me. At that time, I might be able to avoid some trouble." Guli was shocked. The "they" that Xiao Yan was referring to was naturally Xiao Yan's group. That's right. Previously, he was focused on the battle and the battlefield and neglected the people outside of the battle circle. In that case, didn't they see the ruler technique that Xiao Yan had used with their own eyes? Sigh, let's hope so. They are already very wary of you. Now that they have seen your extraordinary strength, they will probably restrain themselves. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he nodded slightly. This was the result that he wanted to see the most. After all, if the Yunin pavilion wasn't there to restrain them, they would most likely attack. Although Xiao Yan wasn't afraid of them, Yan Bing was a huge hidden danger. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan still hadn't forgotten about Lu Dou. He landed on the ground and saw that the severely injured Lu Dou was lying flat in a huge pit. Lu Dou's face was pale and his body was covered in blood. He didn't expect that Xiao Yan would be so terrifying. The Dou's skill that he had created with his lifetime of comprehension was actually defeated by a mere 3-star half-step martial emperor. It wasn't that Xiao Yan was too strong. It was that his ruler technique had already surpassed the ordinary high human rank Dou skill. Otherwise, Xiao Yan wouldn't be able to run amok among the half-step martial emperors. With Xiao Yan's current means, only a genuine 8-star half-step martial emperor expert could defeat him. Moreover, an 8-star half-step martial emperor who could fight with Xiao Yan was definitely an extremely rare existence in the boorish desolate land. Ta! The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Lu Dou turned his head with some difficulty and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Guli was supporting Xiao Yan and the two of them were slowly walking toward him. You won. At this moment, Lu Dou no longer had the imposing manner that he had at the beginning. His serious injuries had also awakened him from his greed. The one who had overestimated himself wasn't Xiao Yan, but him. 9-patterned crystal card. Xiao Yan also opened his mouth with some difficulty. Guli curled her lips slightly when she saw this. She muttered in her heart. After seriously injuring Xiao Yan, he didn't even say a word of comfort. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked for the 9-patterned crystal card. Who could say that Xiao Yan wasn't greedy? Lu Dou immediately felt helpless when he heard these words. His bloody finger trembled slightly and the 9-patterned crystal card instantly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He placed his hand into his storage ring. Only then did he flick his finger and a ray of light shot into Lu Dou's hand. Lu Dou's heart couldn't help but tremble when he felt the terrifying energy contained within the medicinal pill in his hand. An Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Guli was also slightly shocked in her heart. There was an additional trace of admiration in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Yan. Lu Dou also cast a grateful gaze towards Xiao Yan at this moment. As a half-step martial emperor expert who traveled the continent, he was naturally extremely clear about the value of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill. Xiao Yan was able to give this medicinal pill to him. It was enough to see how steady Xiao Yan's character was. Many thanks. If there is a chance, this old man will definitely repay you. I am the one who injured you. This can be considered as a kind of compensation to you. There is no need to thank me. Xiao Yan shook his head. He softly said a few words to Lu Dou before leaving with Guli. Lu Dou looked at Xiao Yan's departing figure. He closed his hand and tightly held the Emperor-tier medicinal pill in his hand. It was a long time later before he suddenly swallowed it. The great battle in the sky above the savage ancient city dissipated. In merely a moment, the entire savage ancient city was once again bustling with activity. Many experts who had personally witnessed the scene of the great battle were also bragging about the huge scene they had seen in the taverns on the streets. From time to time, there would be people who would interrupt and correct some of the content of the great battle they had seen. While the people in the city were busy because of Xiao Yan, MOD, and the others were sitting in a remote courtyard in the city. I didn't expect Yan Xiao to be so monstrous. He forcefully crossed the gap of 4 stars and defeated that fellow Lu Dou. If this person is not eliminated, he will definitely become a great threat in the future. Old Freak whose gaze swept across the 3 people in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, the 3 people lightly nodded their heads. Xiao Yan had truly given them too many surprises. If they couldn't eliminate Xiao Yan, he would definitely become a great enemy in the future. The 7-star half-martial emperor called Zhang Hao's gaze slightly narrowed. From the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed today, he was already able to face a mid-8-star half-martial emperor without fear. Against him, there was no need to say anything more. Humph. Judging from that brat's aura, he has clearly reached the peak of the late 3-star half-martial emperor realm. This time, he entered the lightning pool with the intention of breaking through to the 4-star half-martial emperor realm. Yan Bing's tone was indifferent. Her gaze was fixed on Old Freak Who as she continued to speak. What do you think we should do to kill him? Old Freak Who was immediately at a loss for words. He was also aware of this point. This way, even if Yan Bing and Zhang Hao both broke through, the 4 of them wouldn't be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. Haha. Seeing the gloomy expressions of the 3 people in front of him, MOD, who was sitting on the right side of Yan Bing, suddenly let out an indifferent laugh. He successfully attracted the gazes of the 3 people to himself. Yan Bing's old eyes narrowed as she stared at MOD. Old Freak Who also had an expression of suspicion as he looked at MOD. Even at this time, MOD was still able to laugh. If you have something to say it quickly. Yan Bing said indifferently. Her ice-cold words revealed the impatience in her heart. MOD smiled. His figure slowly stood up from the table. He pretended to be mysterious as he walked around the 3 people. With his back facing Yan Bing, his pair of sinister old eyes slowly narrowed into a thin line. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. Everyone, have you heard of the Desolate Duo? Chapter 262. When these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 people present immediately hardened. Their mouths opened slightly and a surprised expression swiftly surged into their eyes. MOD slowly turned around and looked at the expressions on the faces of the 3 people in front of him. He smiled with satisfaction in his heart. His gaze shifted to Yan Bing and said with a smile. Elder Yan Bing, given your experience, you should know more about these 2 tyrants than the old me. Yan Bing's expression once again hardened. A deep solemnness involuntarily surged into her heart when she thought of those 2 people. Beside her, old Demon Hu and Zhang Hao also looked at Yan Bing, appearing to be waiting for her to speak. A moment later, Yan Bing finally raised her gaze and looked at MOD. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in an indifferent tone. The 2 tyrants of the wasteland are also known as the Northern and Southern Zune of the wasteland. Old Demon Hu and Zhang Hao nodded slightly when they heard this. They knew a little about this. After all, the reputation of those 2 people in the wasteland was too great. Anyone who saw them would definitely recognize them. The reason why they are called the Northern and Southern Zune is because one of them lives in seclusion in the southern part of the wasteland city while the other lives in the northern part of the city. Yan Bing involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when she mentioned the southern part of the city. The face of the one in the northern part of the city revealed a deep fear. There is no need to say more about the one in the southern part of the city. All of you should know that he is Old Luo, although they already knew in their hearts. The bodies of Old Demon Hu and the other 2 involuntarily trembled when Old Luo was mentioned. The deterrence of Old Luo had caused them, who were usually high-class bandits, to lose the glory of being bandits in front of everyone. The one in the northern part of the city, Yan Bing paused before she finished speaking. Her eyes narrowed as she stared intently at the empty space in front of her. An invisible pressure caused the empty space to become distorted. After which, it suddenly exploded with a deep bang. Mu Han, people call him Mu Shi. He is a rank 3 formation master whose spiritual strength has stepped into the unity stage. His strength has also stepped into the advanced 9-star Ban D class. He is only 1 step away from breaking through to the Do D class. I think that all of you should be extremely clear about this. After a long while, Yan Bing finally spoke in a deep and cold voice. However, it was not difficult to tell that Yan Bing was deeply afraid of Mu Han from her words. That's right. The person I want to talk about is the rank 3 array master who lives in the northern part of the ancient city, Mu Han. As soon as Yan Bing finished speaking, MOD immediately took over and went straight to the point. Yan Bing and the other two's expressions changed again when they heard this. They did not expect MOD to be so bold as to set his sights on this person. Did he really think that this person would think highly of his status as a rank 2 alchemist? MOD seemed to be aware of this. His gaze swept past Old Monster Hu and Zhang Hao, who were similarly in disbelief. Finally, his gaze landed on Yan Bing. The hand under his sleeve trembled slightly, and a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in MOD's hand. After showing the jade bottle to Yan Bing, MOD opened his mouth and said with an evil smile, "Elder Yan Bing, do you still remember Fang Sun and Wang Qi?" Yan Bing was startled. Immediately after, she nodded with a gloomy face. The reason why she helped MOD attack Xiao Yan was because Fang Sun and Wang Qi were members of their Sea Cloud Palace, and also her subordinates. Since the two of them had died at the hands of Xiao Yan, she naturally had to find him to settle the debt. However, immediately after, the expression on Yan Bing's face changed abruptly. According to MOD's words, could it be that, I believe that Elder Yan Bing has already thought of it. Mu Han had a disciple who was extremely doted on by him. His name was Wu Mahui. As for him, he also died at the hands of that Yan Xiao. Hiss. Without needing to think too much, Yan Bing and the other two immediately knew that Wu Mahui's death was most definitely related to MOD. It was extremely possible that Wu Mahui had been bewitched by MOD, and thus ended up encountering Yan Xiao. At this moment, even Yan Bing, who was a peak late-stage half-martial emperor, could not help but feel fearful of the 3-star half-martial emperor, MOD. Truly, a great man must be ruthless. This guy actually dared to scheme against anyone. Did he really think that Mu Han was so easy to exploit? Yan Bing narrowed her old eyes. Her gaze landed on the jade bottle in MOD's hand. What is this? Could it be that you want to use this to make Mu Han attack Yan Xiao? MOD lightly smiled, lightly nodded and said, that's enough. Contained within this bottle is a strand of Wu Mahui's aura. As long as Mu Han sees this, he will naturally believe it. Hearing this, Yan Bing and the other two felt a chill in their hearts once again. In order to deal with Xiao Yan, MOD had thought of all aspects. In this way, as long as Mu Han attacked, no matter how many tricks Yan Xiao had, they would still be useless before the powerful strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Are you not afraid that once you tell Mu Han about Wu Mahui's death, he will kill you first? You should know that he dotes on this disciple very much. However, he died in Yan Zhao's hands because of you. How can he let you off so easily? At this time, even old Demon Hu had been sitting silently by the side, could not help but speak coldly to MOD. He could not let MOD die just like that. After all, old Demon Hu was different from Yan Bing. The latter was mainly helping MOD because of Fang Sun and Wang Qi. However, he was purely doing it for the medicinal pills in MOD's hands. If he was killed by Mu Han at this time, who would he ask for his reward? MOD once again smiled when he heard this. He had already expected this. With his scheming, he would definitely not throw away his life for Yan Xiao. Old brother who really cares about me. Relax, as long as Xiao Yan does not die, Teacher Mu will not attack me. The three of them involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They exchanged glances with each other. However, they did not understand why MOD was keeping them in suspense. Next, I hope that the three of you can follow me to the north of the city. At that time, Yan Zhao's death will be a matter of certainty. Time flew by. When Xiao Yan had fully recovered on the 3rd day of the 3-day deadline, a black mass of people had already gathered in the sky above the ancient savage city. Needless to say, these people were all here to watch the big battle between Xiao Yan, Lin Feng, and Lin Yu. As the most dazzling new star in the ancient savage city for the past 100 years, Xiao Yan's attention had already surpassed the entire wasteland. Now that he was going to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, these two veteran experts who had been famous for a long time, it naturally caused a sensation in the entire wasteland. At this moment, not only were there the half-emperors who had come to watch 3 days ago, but there were also various local factions in the ancient savage city. Among them, the Alchemist Association and the Yunin Pavilion were, as expected, among them. Unknowingly, it was already noon. Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were surrounded by countless people in the sky, were already impatient from waiting. They were wondering if Xiao Yan would be timid and not come to accept the challenge at the crucial moment. The two of them swept their gazes around. Their sinister old eyes immediately stared at Gu Li, Qi Lin, and Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. Seeing these three people, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again frowned. Since these two factions had already appeared, how could Xiao Yan not come? Humph. Brat, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of the two of us. In the big battle later, I will definitely make you lose all your face. Lin Feng and Lin Yu laughed coldly in their hearts at the same time. I'm sorry to have made everyone wait for so long. After the big battle 3 days ago, some of the injuries in my body have yet to fully recover. That's why I'm a little late. Please forgive me. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's clear and heroic laughter suddenly resounded in this world. From his tone, it was as if he didn't care about this big battle at all. Chapter 263. While Xiao Yan was preparing to fight with Lin Feng and Lin Yu, on the other side, a plan targeting Xiao Yan was also secretly carried out. In the north of the ancient wilderness city, outside a magnificent manor, several figures were slowly approaching from afar. These people were Mod and his companions. Looking at the huge manor that was getting closer and closer, Mod and his companions could not help but feel a sense of shock in their hearts. The size of this manor probably took up a third of the entire northern part of the city. When Mod and his companions came within 1,000 feet of the manor, they could clearly see that there was a huge square in front of the manor. At this moment, many people had gathered in the square. In the center of the square, there was an extremely mysterious formation. Every time someone in the crowd paid enough spirit coins to a haughty man, they would step into the formation. After a while, the formation would flash with a golden light, and the person who had entered the formation would disappear. On the other hand, Mod and the other three did not find it strange at all. Although this kind of teleportation formation was rare, with their knowledge, they were not curious about it at all. In a short while, the group had arrived at the entrance of the manor. When they looked up, they saw the two big golden words, Mu Zhuang, engraved on the plaque above the door. Stop. Who are you? What business do you have in my Mu Zhuang? Just as they arrived at the entrance, two armed guards coldly shouted at the four of them with a domineering expression. Even though Mod and the others were quite famous in this ancient wilderness city, and many people had seen them before, the two guards in front of them had never met them before. They had only heard of their names. Therefore, when four strangers appeared in front of the Mu Zhuang, as the guards, they naturally had to stick to their duties. Furthermore, usually, all those who came to pay a visit to Master Mu would have a modest expression. Yet, these people had calm expressions. This made them even more certain that these people were definitely not here to pay a visit to Master Mu. Mod, who usually could not tolerate the scolding of the two guards, showed a faint smile in an unusual manner this time. He raised his head to look at the plaque on the door and said with a smile, Master Mu, Mod has brought a few friends to visit you. These subordinates of yours are a little overbearing. Mod's words had yet to fade when the expressions of the two guards at the door changed drastically as they looked at Mod's group. No matter what, they did not expect that the four people in front of them, who looked ordinary, were actually Mod's group, who had recently fought with Yan Shao in the ancient savage city. It's not up to you to decide how my people are like. Come in. Someone will bring you to see me. Just as the two guards were secretly shocked, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly resounded throughout the area, causing quite a number of people on the square not far away to turn their gazes over. When the crowd saw that the people who were about to enter the Mu Manor were actually Mod's group, a strange look flashed across their eyes. Some of the people who were about to use the teleportation array to leave also stopped in their tracks. In the end, they did not step into the array. After a short while, Mod's group of four stood at the center of an extremely luxurious and imposing hall. In front of them was an old man in robes, whose back was facing the four of them. The old man was standing indifferently. It was not difficult to guess that this was Master Mu. "Why have you come looking for me?" The hoarse voice was once again emitted. Mod's group of four felt the entire hall tremble slightly. Yan Bing's face was grave as she stared at the human figure in front of her. Her heart did not dare to relax even a little. "Ugh," Master Mu's words were exchanged with a regretful sigh from Mod. A bitter expression was also revealed on his face. This expression caused one's heart to ache. Even Yan Bing and the rest beside him could not help but be secretly surprised in their hearts. The speed at which he got into character was a little too fast. Master Mu, who had his back facing them, could not help but frown at this moment. He was not related to Mod. Why did they come here to cry? Humph. If you have something to say, say it. If not, please leave. Don't disturb me. Ugh. Master Mu, men, send the guests out. Before Mod could finish speaking, Master Mu was already impatient. He waved his sleeve and coldly shouted. At the same time, a few guards who were waiting outside the hall hurriedly jogged into the hall. They stood on both sides of Mod's group of four and extended their hands to gesture for them to leave, indicating for them to leave. Mod also did not expect that Mushi's temper would be so fiery, to the point that he would drive someone away without even saying a single word. The three people beside him also saw that the situation was bad. No matter what, Yan Bing was an 8-star half-martial emperor, the strongest among the four of them. At a time like this, she would naturally be the first to stand out. However, just as Yan Bing could not help but speak, Mod's eyes rolled. He extended his hand to stop Yan Bing. Without batting an eyelid, he gave the latter a look. Then, he raised his hand and gently waved it behind him. His tone became heavy once again. Ugh. All right. Since Master Mu is unwilling to listen to me, then let's leave as well. There's no need to disturb his cultivation. After Mod finished speaking, the few of them did not say anything else and walked out of the hall. When Yan Bing looked at Mod, she could not help but reveal a smile of understanding. When the few of them reached the entrance of the hall, Mod once again sighed and said, "Unfortunately. Wu Mahue is, boom." Before Mod could finish speaking, Master Mu, who was in the hall, suddenly exploded. A frightening pressure instantly swept out. Under this frightening pressure, the few guards were only able to endure for a few seconds before they exploded into a mist of blood. As for Mod's group of four, other than Yan Bing and Old Monster Hu, Zhang Hao and Mod were directly pressed to the ground by this pressure. This was especially so for Mod. His entire old face instantly turned red and 2 lines of blood flowed out from his ears. "What did you say? What happened to Mo Hui?" Uncontrollable rage filled the hall, and hoarse roars reverberated like thunder. Mod's flushed face did not reveal any fear because of the pressure on his body. Instead, he revealed an extremely satisfied and sinister smile, like a demon. Boom! In the sky, Xiaoyan's expression was grave as he received a palm strike from Linyu. Before he could stop his body, a sharp sound of breaking winds suddenly rang out from behind him. In an instant, Linyu had already arrived behind Xiaoyan. He suddenly waved his right palm and ruthlessly attacked Xiaoyan's back. Feeling the frightening aura rapidly approaching behind him, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. At this time, it was already too late to turn around and counterattack. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan's feet moved and instantly executed the sky extinction step. In the next moment, Xiaoyan's figure appeared 100 feet away. Bastard! Are you a loach? What kind of expert are you to be hiding? With a stern shout, Lin Feng and Lin Yu angrily roared at Xiaoyan with gloomy expressions. Since the start of the battle, Xiaoyan had only clashed with Lin Feng a few times. Every time Xiaoyan was repelled and Lin Yu was about to attack, Xiaoyan would use the sky extinction step to dodge. Therefore, although it seemed like 3 people were fighting at this moment, in reality, only Xiaoyan and Lin Feng had truly attacked. When Xiaoyan heard the 2 of them speaking in unison, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. What? It's fine for you two 7-star half-emperors to bully me, a 3-star half-emperor, but you actually don't allow me to dodge? Could it be that I have to stand there and let you hit me? Chapter 264. Once Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the crowd of experts outside immediately turned their gazes towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Everyone whispered to each other. The words that were emitted were filled with ridicule and sneers towards Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Hee hee. As 7-star half-emperors and brothers, they actually said such laughable words to a 3-star half-emperor. Are they sure that they are not here to play around? Haha. They can't even touch Yan Zhao's body and they still want to snatch his void lightning pool invitation. Aren't they daydreaming? Hearing the waves of ridicule and sneers from the surrounding crowd, Lin Feng and Lin Yu's faces alternated between green and white. They had never imagined that Xiao Yan's speed would actually be so frightening. Their original plan of suppressing him with strength was completely useless today. They had always thought that the reason why Xiao Yan was so powerful was merely because of his frightening ruler Do skill. As long as he did not have the time to use it, regardless of how powerful his Do skill was, it would ultimately be useless. One of the important reasons why they knew so little about Xiao Yan's strength was because they had only arrived at the ancient city of Wildlands 3 days ago. Humph. What a good Yan Xiao. His mouth is really sharp. Since that is the case, the two of us want to see exactly how fast your speed is. Lin Feng and Lin Yu cried out sternly at the same time. Following which, the two of them looked at each other and their bodies suddenly shook. Waves that filled the sky and a piercingly cold wind immediately swept across the area. Xiao Yan's gaze hardened slightly when he saw this. He frowned slightly and muttered in his heart. Domain He, however, at this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu once again cried out. Fierce cold wind. Extreme water chill. Following the two cries, the piercingly cold wind actually became even more violent at this moment. It was so cold that it pierced one's bones. The waves that had already swept across the entire empty space merged with the cold wind and complemented each other. In a short moment, the entire empty space had already been covered by ice. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he sensed the powerful pressure that had suddenly surged around him. The extremely cold domain caused the empty space to become extremely viscous. Within this domain, Xiao Yan's overall strength would definitely be suppressed. Merged domain He. Ah, seems pretty good. Since that is the case, I can only attack quickly and finish you off first. Xiao Yan's gaze stared at Lin Feng opposite him. An ice-cold murderous intent flashed deep within his eyes. At this moment, Gu Li and the others outside the domain saw that Lin Feng and Lin Yu had actually unleashed the domain. In their hearts, they knew how powerful that domain was. Gu Li's face involuntarily revealed a worried expression. Once Xiao's speed, Xiao would be subjected to a storm like a storm. Swoosh. With the support of the domain, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were even more confident that they would be able to finish off Xiao Yan within 100 moves. Following the sound of rushing wind, Lin Feng's figure suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. His right palm suddenly smashed violently towards Xiao Yan's head. Humph. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Xiao Yan sneered. Escape? I have never thought of escaping. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Before he could understand what Xiao Yan had said, the latter's tiger body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. He used the Vajra glass body as he wished. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he turned his hand and punched out. Octane blast. The might of this punch was incomparably overbearing. A terrifying force crazily poured out at this moment. The might of this punch had actually forcefully overshadowed the Tian class Do skill and was approaching the human class Do skill. Bang! The fist and palm collided. The golden giant body that Xiao Yan had transformed into suddenly shook. A terrifying huge force was emitted. Lin Feng's body shook slightly, but he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Do Qi swiftly gathered in his palm. His right arm shook and Do Qi gushed out. Both of them retreated 100 steps. Seeing this familiar scene once again, Xiao Yan sneered. He moved his feet and was about to use the sky extinction step. Unfortunately, the same result as before did not happen to Xiao Yan. He had just used the sky extinction step when the space behind Xiao Yan became distorted. Following which, a shriveled palm firmly imprinted itself on Xiao Yan's back. Bang! Following a muffled sound, the King Kong glass body disappeared. Xiao Yan's body was forcefully sent flying 1,000 miles away. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth with a kapuchit sound. Even though he had suffered a heavy blow, Xiao Yan still swiftly stabilized his mind. Although the attack just now was filled with power, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had the King Kong glass body and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline to protect him. Therefore, it did not cause him to be seriously injured. However, Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when Lin Feng's body came toward him. Lin Feng's face carried a cold smile. His palm once again smashed toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame in his body instantly swept out. Flame domain, activate. As the heavenly flame swept out, the expression of Lin Feng, who was charging toward Xiao Yan, instantly changed. His body, which was charging forward, forcefully paused in midair. Following which, his right foot suddenly stomped on the air. His body did not move forward but instead moved back rapidly by 1,000 miles. Bastard! No wonder I felt that this brat's aura was not right that day. It turns out that he has the heavenly flame protecting him. However, from the looks of it, it should only be a seed flame. Lin Feng and Lin Yu stared at the heavenly flame that swept out with a solemn expression. Even though it was only a seed flame, it was still an extremely terrifying existence to them. The two brothers looked at each other and nodded gently. Their gazes once again turned toward Xiao Yan. Suddenly, a ruthless look surged in their eyes. Ice wind. Wanli. As the violent roar sounded, Lin Feng and Lin Yu raised their palms in front of their chests at the same time. Their fingertips touched each other lightly and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the fusion domain, which was formed by the fusion of their domains, suddenly moved at this moment. Above the ice, a chilly wind swept out and formed a huge invisible tornado. It forcefully blocked the continuously spreading, heavenly flame. However, looking at the slightly strained expression on Lin Feng's face, it seemed that he had spent a lot of effort in order to block Xiao Yan's flame domain. Ha! Just as Xiao Yan sneered, Lin Yu, who was on the other side, suddenly let out a stern cry. With a wave of his large sleeve, the ice immediately melted and once again turned into turbulent waves. Together with the biting cold chilly wind, it completely suppressed Xiao Yan's heavenly flame in a short period of time. After doing all this, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not stop at all. Their hands moved simultaneously and the wind domain swiftly attacked Xiao Yan. The water domain followed closely behind. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. The two domains had already completely surrounded him. It was already impossible for him to dodge. At this moment, even the sky extinction step would not be of any use. Damn it, these two fellows are really freaks. It's fine if they look exactly the same, but why are their domains so terrifying? They can even merge. My flame domain is not a match for them. This is really... Just as Xiao Yan was furiously cursing Lin Feng and Lin Yu in his heart, the two domains had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The wind domain completely surrounded Xiao Yan. Although he wanted to, wind was originally an invisible object. How could it be so easy to break through it? It was simply impossible to break through it with ordinary brute force. Moreover, this was a 7-star half-martial emperor's domain. As the two domains grew closer and closer, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. The water beneath his feet had already turned into ice once again. They were clearly preparing to freeze Xiao Yan. Chapter 265. In the sky, the instant Lin Feng and Lin Yu's hands stopped moving, Xiao Yan's body was also completely sealed in ice. In this world, Xiao Yan's aura also disappeared. Within this pagoda-like ice pillar, the frozen Xiao Yan did not make the slightest movement. He was like a dead person who had been frozen to death. Seeing this, a trace of pity for Xiao Yan involuntarily rose in everyone's hearts. At other times, Xiao Yan had relied on the might of his heavenly flame to suppress his opponents. It could be said that he had always been successful. Unexpectedly, today, he had suffered in the hands of Lin Feng and Lin Yu. With their strength of 7-star half-martial emperors, in addition to this strange fusion domain, it was enough to forcibly suppress Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also sealed in ice by them. No matter how one looked at it, he was a fish on the chopping board. He could only be slaughtered by them. Outside of the arena, Gu Li and Qi Lin saw Xiao Yan's current state and were incomparably worried in their hearts. Once Xiao Yan was defeated, the opportunity to enter the lightning pool and the void would also disappear. Compared to the Gu Li duo, old Xian by the side had even more confidence in Xiao Yan. After returning from their trip to the spirit world, Luo Jin had discussed some matters regarding Xiao Yan with him. Moreover, Luo Jin's mouth was filled with praise for Xiao Yan. He believed that the words that came from his young master's mouth would not be wrong. As for Xiao Yan, who was the source of everyone's worry, he felt extremely helpless against this ice. After Xiao Yan was wrapped in this ice, the Do Qi and heavenly flame in his body were unable to be released from his body. This ice had actually completely sealed every single pore on Xiao Yan's body. Not even the slightest crack was left behind. Damn it! I am unable to release my heavenly flame from my body. I am unable to even use my Do Qi. In this way, it is impossible to use brute force to break this layer of ice. Within the ice domain, Lin Feng and Lin Yu detected Xiao Yan, who was still trying to resist, through the layer of ice. The two of them laughed coldly at the same time. This cold ice domain was formed from the merger of the two brothers' domains. It was much stronger than an ordinary domain. Moreover, the water was carried by the wind. It rose and naturally froze Xiao Yan's body until not even the slightest crack remained. This move was something that the two brothers had only mastered after countless actual battles. Now that they were using it again, they were naturally extremely confident in their hearts. Even though this was the case, Lin Feng and Lin Yu did not dare to be careless in their hearts. They exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Immediately, their bodies flashed and appeared outside the ice pillar where Xiao Yan was sealed in ice in an instant. Void Sorrow / Congealing Arrow. Lin Feng and Lin Yu abruptly shouted as the seals in their hands changed. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and an invisible stream of Do Qi violently blasted towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, countless arrows condensed from water floated in the air. The number of arrows even blocked the view of many onlookers outside the field of vision. At this moment, Xiao Yan was still trapped in the ice, unable to move. Do you really think that this ice of yours can trap me for life after trapping me for a while? Just as Lin Feng and Lin Yu were about to give Xiao Yan the final blow, Xiao Yan coldly laughed at the two of them in his heart. Since I can't break it from the outside, then I'll melt it from the inside. Ha! Burn! Burn! Heavenly flame, how can it be defeated by such a lowly thing? A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. The heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body immediately began to wildly burn all over his body. However, the temperature of Xiao Yan's body swiftly soared to an extremely frightening degree. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan, as the owner of the heavenly flame, did not suffer any harm. Instead, the cold ice that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body swiftly melted after the temperature of the heavenly flame erupted. Bang! With his body liberated, Xiao Yan's aura that was forcefully retracted back into his body was suddenly released. The majestic power completely shattered the ice that had not melted yet. Ruler, come. With a loud shout, the heavy Xian ruler landed in his palm. Facing the invisible stream of dou qi, Xiao Yan did not dodge. Instead, he ruthlessly met it with his ruler. Boom! As the explosion resounded in the sky, Xiao Yan once again spat out blood and retreated. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu finally reacted. Xiao Yan had actually broken their ice seal. So what? You still can't escape the fate of losing. Lin Feng let out a stern cry. The countless number of arrows immediately shot towards Xiao Yan with a lightning-like speed. If those arrows hit, Xiao Yan would probably turn into a porcupine in an instant. Humph. Flaming wave. Facing the endless rain of arrows, Xiao Yan used offense as defense. As he continuously waved his huge ruler, he actually blocked the rain of arrows that were constantly shooting towards him in the void 1,000 feet away. Humph. Let's see how you block this arrow. Lin Yu's heart involuntarily became furious when she saw Xiao Yan act in such an overbearing manner and directly block the rain of arrows. Her left hand clenched in the empty air and a longbow that was also agglomerated from water appeared in her hand. Her eyes stared fixedly at Xiao Yan as if she was locking onto a target. Her right hand slowly placed her fingers on the bowstring and pulled the string behind her ear. Then, with a sharp sound of wind breaking, another arrow shot out. When the arrow streaked across the sky, it merged with the dense rain of arrows. In an instant, it had turned into a huge arrow that was close to 100 feet long. The terrifying might contained within it was enough to cause one's expression to change upon hearing it. Seeing that all the arrows around him had merged with this terrifying thing that could not even be called an arrow, Xiao Yan's face became serious. If he used the Buddha's fiery lotus, he would naturally dare to fight against this thing before him. However, time was of the essence, and he simply did not have the time to do anything. A 7-star half-martial emperor was, after all, a 7-star half-martial emperor. If Xiao Yan did not use any of his methods, it would be too difficult for him to take them down. Even if he had the last laugh, he would still inevitably be exhausted. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack and use all his strength to block this attack, something that caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even more serious occurred once again. While Xiao Yan was blocking the rain of arrows, Lin Feng had already taken the opportunity to circle behind Xiao Yan. An incomparably terrifying aura was rapidly condensing above Lin Feng's head. At this moment, it was time for him to attack. The two brothers were of the same mind. They were attacking from the front and back. They wanted to finish off Xiao Yan in one go. Although Gu Li and the others outside wanted to warn them, it was already too late. Due to the rain of arrows blocking their line of sight, they were simply unable to see the situation inside. However, when they saw Lin Feng's figure, the dou skill above his head had already finished condensing. When they looked at Xiao Yan again, they saw that he was being attacked from both sides. There was no way for him to dodge. This was simply a situation of certain death. Once these two dou skills were to descend, regardless of how many methods Xiao Yan had, he would still be unable to escape death. However, at this moment, these two dou skills were already flying towards Xiao Yan. It was already too late for them to attack now. Lin Feng and Lin Yu were planning to kill Xiao Yan in one go. In response to this, Lin Feng and Lin Yu revealed an extremely sinister smile on their faces. Could it be that you've never heard of our ice seal, certain death? Chapter 266. Boom. As the two kinds of dou techniques landed, a soul-stirring explosion was immediately emitted from the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Wild and violent dou qi energy swept over this place. The energy fog that was formed after the explosion also spread apart. Everyone present had personally witnessed the moment when Xiao Yan was struck by Lin Feng and Lin Yu's dou skills. Instantly, many people in the crowd felt pity and heartache for Xiao Yan. Even if they were not sincere, there was still some meaning in their actions. Indeed, even with Xiao Yan's talent and divine ability, he was still unable to withstand the combined attacks of two 7-star half-emperors. Even if those two frightening dou skills were to land on some 8-star half-emperors, they would not fare much better, let alone Xiao Yan, a 3-star half-emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were in the arena, clearly understood this. Those two Do skills were the Do skills that made them famous. Naturally, their power was extraordinary. When the two Do skills landed on Xiao Yan's body, even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to survive the aftershock of the explosion. Ha 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 ha. Brat who is still wet behind the ears. Do you really think that you can fight against the two of us just because you have some tricks up your sleeve? Humph, you are truly reckless. Lin Feng waved his sleeve and a chilly wind blew past. The clouds and mist scattered. Sure enough, the sky was completely empty. There was nothing left. Seeing this scene, the people outside the arena immediately had no intention of continuing to stay and watch. Many people also flew towards the city in the distance. They had originally come to watch because of Xiao Yan. At the beginning, when they saw Xiao Yan's imposing manner, they had originally thought that Xiao Yan still had a chance to turn the tables. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had already been destroyed into nothingness by the explosion. Not even a trace of his aura remained. This gave them no reason to continue watching. However, compared to them, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were outside the arena, stared at the area where the explosion occurred with their turbid old eyes. Their brows were tightly knitted and their eyes were filled with suspicion. From the looks of it, he should be fine. Yan Xiao is really not simple. At this moment, even Elder Xian, who had been secretly worried for Xiao Yan, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. As for the two brothers, Lin Feng and Lin Yu, who were in the arena, when they saw the empty space, the joy that had just risen in their hearts because of Yan Zhao's death was immediately covered by a grave expression on their faces. With a grave expression on his face, he used his spiritual energy to carefully scan the ground. However, he was still unable to find that thing. Finally, a different kind of emotion appeared in his heart. Impossible. He withstood our full power. It's impossible for him to do it. No. Impossible. The world in front of them didn't have what they wanted to see. The uniqueness of the storage ring caused it to be difficult to destroy under the pressure of various kinds of energy. As a Ban Di expert, Xiao Yan had so many high-class Do techniques in his hands. Naturally, the storage ring would not be weak. Even though the attack from the two brothers earlier was not weak, it was still unable to destroy the storage ring. However, since Xiao Yan had died and the storage ring was not in this space, there were only two reasons that made sense. Firstly, the storage ring had been swept into the chaotic flow of space during the big explosion. If this was the case, the storage ring would not be able to be retrieved. However, the important thing was that no chaotic flow of space had been created during the big explosion. Therefore, there was only the second reason. Once Lin Feng and Lin Yu thought of this, their expressions changed. Due to the pressure in their hearts, they stood together. At this moment, when they thought of the second possibility, the expressions on their faces immediately became solemn. A faint cold laugh was like a cool breeze that was transmitted into everyone's ears, causing the spirits of everyone present to be roused. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were like frosted eggplants. It was as though they had already seen their own death. It's Yan Xiao. He is actually not dead. He is still alive. That's right. It is really Yan Xiao. He is not dead. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only is he not dead, he seems to have become stronger. Xiao Yan once again appeared out of nowhere. When the crowd outside saw him, a deafening exclamation was immediately emitted. Who would have imagined that Xiao Yan, who had been sentenced to death a moment ago, would actually stand above this wild ancient city in a king's manner? At this moment, Xiao Yan was wearing a snow-white long robe. His black hair had already turned into a dense white color in the blink of an eye. With a slight wave of his finger, there was a dazzling fire that shot out. Standing in the air, Xiao Yan lowered his head and looked down at the two figures directly below him. His heart was filled with a dense killing intent. He had always been someone who would not offend others unless offended. However, these two brothers had gone too far. As long as it was a reason for Xiao Yan to kill someone, they had basically committed it. How could Xiao Yan tolerate such behavior? How could Xiao Yan let such people off? Lin Feng and Lin Yu slowly raised their heads with a frightened expression. Xiao Yan's long robe had changed color, but it was as though he had changed into a different person. Not only was his strength even more terrifying, even his aura made them feel that the blood in their bodies was about to be forcefully frozen. Swoosh! A short and sharp sound of rushing wind sounded. This sound was like thunder, like a roar. However, it caused Lin Feng's entire body to be covered in cold sweat. This was because that sound had actually sounded right beside his ear. There have been many people who have threatened me before, but I have never been threatened by anyone. Throughout my journey, you can be considered as the first person who has successfully threatened me. Congratulations, the cold and emotionless voice seemed to have come from the netherworld. Lin Feng felt as though there was a large invisible hand tightly clenching his body in its palm. It could crush him to death at any time as easily as crushing an ant. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His originally difficult breathing also turned sluggish at this moment. His entire face instantly turned gray. Xiao Yan's ghost-like speed had simply reached an unimaginable level. This speed had already far surpassed the level of a half-step emperor, WH. What, at this moment, on the other side, Lin Yu finally regained his senses. Just a moment ago, his mind was also blank and his eyes were lifeless. If not for the fact that the two of them had their own souls, it was likely that he would not have been able to wake up. Xiao Yan was indifferent. Although the hearts of the two in front of him were filled with regret, reality was ultimately reality. There was no medicine for regret. At the same time, Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. When Lin Feng and Lin Yu were strong, they had treated it as a matter of course to suppress him. Now that they saw him, they were just like a mouse that had seen a cat. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a miserable smile when he thought of this in his heart. Originally, he did not wish to kill, but he was helpless as everyone was against him. He had originally intended to head south, but it was difficult for him to take even a single step forward. This would be the case in the future. Xiao Yan was still able to use the strength of his Do skills to fight against a half-step emperor. However, once he met a true Do D or reached that level in the future, he did not know what to do. It was impossible for Gu Yu to always follow by Xiao Yan's side. It was impossible for him to always help Xiao Yan fight. There would come a day when he would transform into the essence flame for his mission and merge with Xiao Yan's body. At that time, no matter what kind of opponent or enemy Xiao Yan met, he would have to face them alone. Chapter 267. Following a loud explosion sound, the two battered and exhausted figures were sent flying. They stepped on the void and retreated 1,000 miles before they managed to stabilize themselves. After stabilizing their bodies, the two of them still had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Their identical old faces were deathly pale. Their hair bands had been broken, and their grayish-white hair was scattered and fluttering in the wind. Some of it was stained with blood, making the two of them look even more pitiful. His long robe had long been shattered by Xiao Yan's fists. Under the green-purple pain, there were broken bone scars. Xiao Yan's brute force had allowed them to taste what was called true dominance. He could finish them off with just his fist. What was the point of using Do Qi? Facing the current Xiao Yan, perhaps even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to do anything to him. Everyone outside of the battleground was already stunned as they watched Xiao Yan in the battleground. Earlier, they were still worried about the latter, afraid that Xiao Yan would be killed by Lin Feng and Lin Yu. However, Lin Feng and Lin Yu were currently being easily toyed with by Xiao Yan. This kind of instantaneous gap really caused them to feel some disbelief. When Xiao Yan used his full strength, he was actually this terrifying. Cough cough, the two brothers were coughing non-stop. Blood was flowing out from the corners of their mouths. In the several hundred rounds of battle just now, Lin Feng and Lin Yu had already exhausted all of their means. They believed that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not have it easy. However, what caused them to be even more terrified was that Xiao Yan seemed to be completely fine. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? The strength he possesses is completely inconsistent with his appearance. He is simply not a 3-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, Lin Feng and Lin Yu's hearts were close to going crazy. Fear caused their faces to turn sinister. They were like demonic beasts that were about to go crazy. Outside the battlefield, when Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they were also greatly shocked. They also could not understand how Xiao Yan was able to ignore the attacks of 7-star half-martial emperors. This was absolutely not something a 3-star half-martial emperor could do. It was also not something he would have the courage to do. Xiao Yan's strange behavior caused them to have some doubts about Xiao Yan's true strength. Some old fellows with sufficient strength could also use methods to restore themselves to their youth. This kind of person was indeed impossible to distinguish. Perhaps, but in the end, Gu Li shook his head and dismissed the thought. He didn't think that Xiao Yan was the kind of person who would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. As for how strong he was, it was likely that no one in the wildlands knew except for Elder Luo. Even Yan Bing was somewhat afraid of Xiao Yan. Alright, let's end our farce here. I still have things to do, so I can't be bothered to play with you. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's indifferent voice was once again transmitted from the empty space around Lin Feng and Lin Yu. This caused the bodies of the both of them to tremble. Their expressions were anxious as they slowly leaned their backs against each other, constantly paying attention to the situation around them. I just obtained this skill not long ago. But using it on the two of you can be considered as me thinking highly of you. After all, it is impossible for ordinary half-martial emperors to even use this skill. Xiao Yan's soft and indifferent voice was only heard by the two brothers in front of him. Their reactions also happened to match Xiao Yan's intention. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's expressions turned sluggish once again. The muscles on half of their faces twitched as if they had been struck by lightning. If even ordinary half-martial emperors were unable to use this Do skill, then didn't this mean that this Do skill had already surpassed the human rank? Surpassed the human rank Do skill. That was, a spirit rank Do skill. Even, the hearts of the two were greatly shaken, but they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The closer they were to death, the more they would consider every action and every breath they took was calculated countless times. Large beads of sweat quickly gathered on Lin Feng's forehead. He didn't dare to continue imagining, but Xiao Yan had already appeared in front of him in a flash. The cold smile at the corner of his mouth made him feel as if he was in the depths of hell. His lips opened slightly, and a calm and cold voice quietly entered Lin Feng's ears. Low-level intent rank Do skill, heart-shattering palm. After saying this, Xiao Yan's palm slowly pressed out. Lin Feng and Lin Yu's faces quickly became pale and bloodless. It was as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was placed on their necks. Crack, unknowingly, these two old fellows who had lived for countless years only heard the clear sound of bones breaking. Immediately after, they slowly closed their eyes. At the same time. Bang! A black figure was violently smashed into the ground. Other than his two legs, his entire head was forcefully pressed into the ground by an invisible force. You are saying Mo Hui died in the hands of that Yan Xiao? Yes, Mod's muffled response was transmitted from the ground. The other people in the courtyard all had grave expressions as they looked at Mu Han, who was flipping out. No one was willing to say anything. It was likely that even Mod himself did not expect that the excuse he had thought of in front of Mu Han to push all the blame to Xiao Yan would be smashed into the courtyard outside the hall by Mu Han before he could finish speaking. Mu Han did not have the slightest intention of showing mercy to Mod. At the same time, there was no need for him to show mercy. Let's talk about it again. Is it Yan Xiao? The murderous intent in Mu Han's eyes became even denser when he heard Mod's reply. A thought passed through his mind, and the huge spiritual hand that was agglomerated from his spiritual strength once again exerted force, completely crushing Mod's entire body into the ground. To a strong person, the thing that angered them the most was being deceived by others. Mu Han was old and cunning. Moreover, he was one of the best amongst the old foxes. How would it be so easy for him to fall for Mod's trick? This time around, Mod was the one who was seeking death. He just had to come knocking on his door. Yes. However, Wu Mahue would rather die than submit. Perhaps it was because he really had his own confidence, but he did not relent. Every word and sentence he spoke pushed all the blame onto Xiao Yan. He responded to Wu Mahue no matter how many times Mu Han asked. He spoke as though Wu Mahue had never seen him before. It also appeared as though he was being treated unjustly. Wu Mahue's expression changed. Mu Han was also eager to take revenge. His relationship with his disciple was not ordinary. He had always been very protective of Wu Mahue as he was afraid that Wu Mahue would encounter any danger. However, he did not expect that Wu Mahue would still get into trouble in the end. However, since things had already developed to this stage, Wu Mahue was ultimately killed by Xiao Yan. Therefore, he naturally had to blame Xiao Yan for this crime. Although MOD was greatly related to this matter, Yan Bing and the others were present. There was a lack of reason to kill him. After he killed Xiao Yan, he would naturally look for MOD to settle the remaining score. Get up. I will believe you for now. However, that Yan Xiao dared to kill my disciple. How dare he? How dare you kill my disciple? This old man will definitely slaughter your entire clan. I will cleanse my disciple's body with blood. Mu Han's gloomy old face faced the sky. He clenched his shriveled hands tightly. The terrifying strength caused the entire space to distort continuously. Behind Mu Han, MOD's face was pale as he looked at the furious Mu Han. He thought of Xiao Yan and laughed sinisterly in his heart. Chapter 268. Within the courtyard, Mu Han's expression was gloomy as he deeply inhaled a mouthful of cold air. After keeping the jade bottle in his hand, his venomous snake-like eyes instantly stared at MOD, causing the latter's heart to shudder. A shriveled hand, which was like a ghost claw, extended out from nowhere. A suction force erupted from the center of his palm and MOD, who was not far away, immediately lost control of his body. Soon after, Mu Han grabbed MOD's neck. Speak. Where is Yan Xiao now? Mu Han's tone was ice cold. Every word was filled with incomparable murderous intent. At this moment, if Xiao Yan was in front of him, he would have already been torn into pieces and turned into ashes. However, this murderous intent was exactly what MOD wanted. Both of his hands strenuously hugged Mu Han's claw that was choking him. MOD had previously indicated for the latter to release him. However, the result was not good. Mu Han's face was still ice cold. Hence, MOD could only tightly hug Mu Han's wrist in order to force himself to speak. Ugh. Xiao Yan is in the wildlands, bang. Before MOD could finish his words with difficulty, his body was violently thrown out by Mu Han. It directly smashed through the courtyard wall and rubbed against the ground for some distance before it finally came to a stop after smashing into a huge rock. The frightening strength caused nearly 1/3 of the bones in MOD's body to be forcefully broken. Although this was not enough to cause any substantial damage to this 3-star half-emperor, it still caused MOD's face to turn pale. Mu Han narrowed his old eyes and slowly shifted his gaze away from MOD's body. Given Mu Han's shrewdness, he would definitely not completely believe Wu Mahue's death no matter what MOD said. Even though he believed that Wu Mahue was killed by Xiao Yan, MOD could not escape the responsibility. Naturally, Mu Han would not let him off so easily. Of course, Mu Han also knew that what he had done earlier could not cause too much harm to MOD. However, he would not let MOD off either. To him, this was only the beginning. He believed that MOD would still seek his help regarding Yan Xiao. Thus, he would beat MOD at his own game. Once he eliminated Yan Xiao, he would personally kill MOD and take revenge for his beloved disciple. Yan Bing and the other two saw Mu Han looking at them. Zhang Hao was the weakest, so he naturally hid behind Yan Bing. Although old freak who was frightened by Mu Han's gaze, he could not be like Zhang Hao. Of cold sweat unceasingly. Body. As. Compared to old freak Hu, Yan Bing was truly worthy of being a peak late-stage half-martial emperor expert. She could be said to be a half-step 9-star half-martial emperor. When she looked to Mu Han, she was more or less confident. Even though her confidence was much better than old freak Hu's, her deep seriousness caused the crowd to be shocked by Mu Han's strength. Ed of Yen of Ed of Yen of Yen. Today, I will avenge my disciple. Mu Han coldly stared at Yan Bing and the other two. He completely ignored the expression on Yan Bing's face. His tone was as if he was giving an order. As the strongest person present, he had the strength to say such words. Moreover, no one would refute him. No one dared to refute him. Even Yan Bing was not allowed to do so. In Mu Han's heart, Xiao Yan had already become the number one person that must be killed. Therefore, when he did things, he was swift and decisive. When he spoke, he was anxious to have Xiao Yan appear before him and let him kill him. Hearing Mu Han's words, old freak Hu and Zhang Hao were slightly surprised. Yan Bing, on the other hand, was expressionless. The three of them did not do anything because of Mu Han's words. Old freak Hu slightly frowned. Mu Han wanted to kill Xiao Yan. This was something that all of them wanted to see. However, Xiao Yan was not so easy to kill. He had the Alchemist Guild and the Yunin Pavilion. Even if Mu Han was a rank 3 formation master and a 9-star half-emperor, when placed in front of the Yunin Pavilion, it would still be the same. Not enough. Now that Xiao Yan was under their protection, who would be able to touch Xiao Yan? Needless to say, Xiao Yan also had a layer of relationship with old Luo behind him. Although Mu Han did not know about this, MOD could use this opportunity to make Mu Han attack Xiao Yan directly and kill Xiao Yan. However, if he did that, they would also lose their lives along with Mu Han. The prestige of the Yunin Pavilion could not be violated. Even if Mu Han was a 9-star half-emperor. Although Mu Han was known as the second strongest person in the ancient city of Wildlands, that was without mentioning the Yunin Pavilion. Cough cough. Teacher Mu, I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request. MOD was like a cockroach that could not be killed. He was defeated time and time again. However, he was always defeated by Mu Han. Whoosh. As soon as MOD spoke, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing in front of him. Immediately after, MOD's body was sent flying out uncontrollably. If you say another word, this old man will kill you first. But, just as MOD opened his mouth, Mu Han's figure flashed and his shriveled hand grabbed MOD's head. He exerted force with his 5 fingers and left 5 deep fingerprints on MOD's head. If Mu Han exerted more force, MOD's skull would instantly explode like a watermelon. You are courting death. Don't blame this old man for being ruthless. Mu Han's eyes were cold. Aside from Yan Bing, the rest of the people present were all trash. He did not need to care about anyone. Elder Luo, Mu Han's expression finally changed when he heard these 2 words. Elder Luo was an absolute name. The person behind Yan Xiao is Elder Luo. Before entering the lightning pool, none of us can touch him. No one can kill him and no one dares to kill him. At this moment, Mu Han's expression changed. He looked at Yan Bing. These words came from his mouth. Mu Han looked at MOD in disdain. His eyes were filled with disdain. He loosened his grip. The moment MOD's body fell, Mu Han's arm jerked and slammed heavily on MOD's abdomen. Along with a loud bang, MOD's body turned into a pile of mud. He fell heavily on the ground and could not get up. Mu Han looked at Yan Bing again. Although his tone was still cold, there was an obvious change in his attitude compared to when he was talking to MOD. Tell me all the information you have about Yan Xiao. I want the most complete information, including his identity. You should know the importance of this. You are also afraid? Yan Bing looked at Mu Han and said with a cold smile. There are some people that even the forces behind you cannot touch. Mu Han narrowed his eyes and warned her. He did not get to where he was today by being reckless. You can rest assured. He does not have any special identity. He just befriended Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion and gave a piece of mysterious iron to Elder Luo. That's all. They have always been in a business relationship. Mu Han's eyes brightened slightly. He was still skeptical of Yan Bing's words. However, he still nodded his head in the end and said in a calm tone, "That's right. That would be the best." Chapter 269. Xiao Yan randomly threw the 2 storage rings into his storage ring in the air. His eyes once again glanced at the 2 corpses in front of him. His heart involuntarily felt shocked by the strength of the heart-shattering palm. The attack of the heart-shattering palm had shattered the bodies and souls of Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Their spirits had been destroyed. They could be said to be completely dead. It was likely that no one would be able to escape the fate of certain death under such a palm. Is this the strength of an E-class Do technique? It is really frightening. It was difficult to imagine that if He Mu had used this move on Xiao Yan in the ginseng space back then, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have survived until now. TSK, you are making a fuss over nothing. Do you really think that this is the full strength of the heart-shattering palm? The strength that you have displayed is at the very most at the level of a Ling-class Do technique. While Xiao Yan was feeling shocked by the strength of the heart-shattering palm, Guyu in his body did not forget to pour a bucket of cold water on Xiao Yan. Moreover, you are only able to do this after borrowing my strength. Moreover, if you do not possess the frightening physical body of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline and have so many heavenly flames protecting your body, it would be impossible for you to use the heart-shattering palm with your strength. The first requirement for practicing the heart-shattering palm was that the practitioner's physical body must be sufficiently strong. This was because the process of practicing the heart-shattering palm would be similar to Xiao Yan's octane blast. It would agglomerate a hidden force within Xiao Yan's body. However, the strength of this hidden force was even more frightening than the octane blast. Hence, if Xiao Yan's physical body was not tough enough, resulting in Xiao Yan being unable to control this hidden force, the final result would be that Xiao Yan would be unable to suppress the hidden force within his body. This would cause the hidden force to explode within his body. Just thinking about it, the pain involved was not something that Xiao Yan could endure. With the current Xiao Yan strength, it was naturally impossible for him to use the heart-shattering palm. If he were to truly use an E-class Do technique, even with Luo Ao's strength, it would be extremely difficult for him. Xiao Yan was only able to barely use it by borrowing Gu Yu's strength earlier. Ugh, it looks like this heart-shattering palm might be a good treasure, but it is useless if I keep it in my body. I don't know when I will be able to truly unleash its strength. Xiao Yan could only sigh. White Heavenly Flame, of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, too. During this period of time, anyone who met Xiao Yan's gaze would take a couple of steps back in fear. Quite a number of people's expressions instantly turned pale under Xiao Yan's gaze. Their hearts were greatly shocked as they fled out of the crowd as though they were fleeing for their lives. Xiao Yan felt helpless in the face of this. He moved and arrived in front of Gu Li and Qi Lin. Xiao Yan first greeted Elder Xian by the side. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Compared to Gu Li, Elder Xian was even clearer about Xiao Yan's strength. TSK, I really did not expect that you have actually hidden your strength. You actually possess a strength comparable to a 3-star half-emperor. Qi Lin and Gu Li exchanged glances with each other as they sensed the powerful aura on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He gently shook his head. A thought passed through his heart and the qi within his body gradually began to scatter. He smiled and said to Gu Li. He smiled at Gu Li and said, how could I possibly possess the strength of a 7-star half-emperor? I'm merely relying on a secret technique of mine. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to use it again for a long time. As he said those words, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered slightly. His gaze imperceptibly swept past some people in the crowd. They were all people who still had greed for Xiao Yan. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Yan's words, those people's eyes that were hidden under their robes or hats immediately lit up. Xiao Yan directly chose to ignore those people. Now that he possessed 2 void lightning pool invitations, the troubles that Xiao Yan would have to face would increase. The people before him were only a small number. What Xiao Yan would have to face would be even more frightening existences. However, Xiao Yan did not have the heart to continue waiting. He could not possibly calmly wait for those people to come to him by themselves. Even though he did not wish to fight, the matter before him could only be settled by fighting. He needed to use the most violent method to dispel the thoughts in those people's hearts. Using violence to curb violence, this was the simplest and most direct method that Xiao Yan could think of. After a few violent battles, not only would these people view Xiao Yan's strength highly, they would also treat Xiao Yan as a true expert. In their hearts, they would also feel a kind of fear towards Xiao Yan. That was the fear that only experts possessed. Only by doing this would he be able to eliminate all the troubles surrounding Xiao Yan. After chatting with Gu Li and the others for a while, Xiao Yan greeted them and once again turned his gaze towards those who had not left. Xiao Yan's toes tapped on the void and his figure swept across the sky. From high above, he looked down at the crowd. Because of Xiao Yan's actions, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiao Yan. Suddenly, Xiao Yan waved his sleeves forcefully and the wind blew. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the crowd. His face was fierce and his eyes were overbearing. Everyone. You have all seen the result of this battle. Using a secret technique, I barely defeated Lin Feng and Lin Yu. Therefore, now, I have 2 void lightning pool invitations in my hands. Everyone present immediately turned into an uproar after Xiao Yan's words sounded. The reason most of them had remained until now was because of the void lightning pool invitation. I know that everyone also covets the void lightning pool invitations. Therefore, in order to satisfy everyone's desires, I can give each of you a chance. Hearing this, many people in the crowd curled their lips. Since Xiao Yan had said this, it meant that he was going to make friends through martial arts again. Other than defeating Xiao Yan, it was basically impossible to use any other method to obtain the void lightning pool invitations from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan seemed to understand the crowd's thoughts. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His gaze slowly swept across the crowd and he said with a smile, "Everyone, don't worry. In order to give you a chance to obtain the void lightning pool invitations, my request is not high. As long as you can injure me within 100 moves, you can take the void lightning pool invitations." Wow! Xiao Yan's words caused an uproar among the crowd. Xiao Yan's words were too arrogant and conceited. Although Xiao Yan's strength was not weak and he could fight against an 8-star half-emperor with his full strength, there was no lack of 7-star half-emperors among the half-emperors present. Even if Xiao Yan's strength was tyrannical, injuring him within 100 moves was something that a 7-star half-emperor was completely qualified to do. Xiao Yan's words were completely equivalent to giving away the void lightning pool invitations to them for free. Hee, everyone, don't be too happy. The void lightning pool invitation is right here, waiting for you to come and get it. However, it's not for free. I'm sure you've all seen my rules. As long as you can take out enough spirit coins or treasures, the void lightning pool invitation will be in my hands, waiting for you to come and get it. From now on, everyone can come and challenge me within 5 days. Xiao Yan coldly shouted as he stood in the sky. Although the battle earlier had consumed a lot of Xiao Yan's energy, he was still able to endure it. With the assistance of medicinal pellets, Xiao Yan was still able to maintain his peak state for a short period of time. Me. I want to be the first to challenge you. Scram. You're only a 6-star half-emperor. It's better for me to go first. I'm an upright 7-star half-emperor. Humph. Let me do it. So what if you're a 7-star half-emperor? I'm a mid-7-star half-emperor. Brat, you're only an early 7-star half-emperor. Scram. Bang. Before he finished speaking, the fist and the palm collided. The entire sky was in chaos because of Xiao Yan's words. As for the source of all the commotion, Xiao Yan was sitting in the sky with a smile on his face as he calmly recovered. Chapter 270. The Sky Annihilation Steppes had a total of 3 major realms. They were Wind Ripple, cloud soaring, and sky riding. The 3 major realms were further divided into 9 minor realms. They were entry, initial, and advanced. The current Xiao Yan's practice of the sky extinction step had already reached the initial success stage of the wind movement stage from the initial entry stage. If one were to talk about it, the time he had spent during this period was merely a couple of months. As the sky annihilation steps slowly increased, Xiao Yan's speed allowed him to run amok among half-martial emperors. When he was among half-martial emperors, it was as if he had stepped into a realm where no one could stop him. But as time passed, the half-martial emperors that Xiao Yan faced weren't that easy to deal with. After some 7-star half-martial emperors used their agility do skills, their speed wasn't much slower than Xiao Yan's. Even when facing 8-star half-martial emperors like Old Friku, Xiao Yan felt that it was quite strenuous. He wasn't able to deal with them as easily as before. Xiao Yan didn't find this strange. His strength came from his do skills. Those 7-star half-martial emperors also possessed various kinds of do skills. When they went all out, it was naturally difficult for Xiao Yan to deal with them. This world was fair. It wasn't possible that only Xiao Yan could obtain high-level do skills. Strength wasn't a monopoly of a single person. Everything had to be fought for. Unknowingly, Xiao Yan had already set up the void battle arena in the sky above the desolate ancient city for 3 days. During these 3 days, the number of people that challenged Xiao Yan was also more than enough. In a short 3 days, Xiao Yan had already successively accepted dozens of battles. Among them, the majority were 7-star half-martial emperors. It couldn't be helped. The temptation that Xiao Yan gave was really too eye-catching. The Void Lightning Pool invitation was currently the most eye-catching thing in the desolate ancient city. As long as someone obtained it, they would think of a way to hide it to prevent it from bringing endless trouble to themselves. However, Xiao Yan, on the other hand, did the opposite. Not only did he not dodge, he instead swaggered out this thing, which was sufficient to cause everyone's eyes to turn red with envy. This clearly showed that he was purposely leading others to make a mistake. The requirement of 100 moves made everyone who heard the news go crazy. As long as they could injure Xiao Yan within 100 moves, they would be able to obtain a Void Lightning Pool invitation. This kind of temptation was like a beautiful woman with a hot body deliberately seducing men. These guys who were crazy for strength would naturally throw themselves at it, as it was as if the Void Lightning Pool invitation was already in their pockets. It was unknown whether their actions were like taking something from their pockets or like moths flying into a flame. In 3 days, Xiao Yan had fought almost all the 7-star half-martial emperors in the desolate ancient city. This was a very exhausting matter. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's soul strength had reached the late emperor realm. In addition to his identity as a rank 2 alchemist, Xiao Yan was always able to recover his soul strength and do qi in the shortest amount of time. Although there were many people who challenged Xiao Yan, since he could endure dozens of battles and keep the Void Lightning Pool invitation, this meant that in these 3 days of battles, no one was able to injure Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was constantly benefiting from the battles. Not only did Xiao Yan gain a lot from the battles, even his control of the sky annihilation step had become more proficient. With just a thought, Xiao Yan would be able to flash anywhere in the empty space. In an instant, Xiao Yan was able to flash 5 times in the empty space and return to his original position. Moreover, he would leave behind clear and solid afterimages at the positions where he flashed. From the outside world's point of view, it appeared as though 5 Xiao Yans had suddenly appeared in the empty space. 4 of them turned into distorted afterimages after a breeze blew past and gradually disappeared in the empty space. Only now did the crowd realize that the 4 Xiao Yans that suddenly appeared were afterimages. With such terrifying speed, it was no wonder that Xiao Yan dared to boast in public. However, even so, the battles continued. The allure of the Void Lightning Pool invitation was enormous. Even among those who challenged Xiao Yan, there was no lack of people who understood Xiao Yan's strength. They knew that his speed was terrifying and knew that their chances of injuring Xiao Yan were very slim. However, they were still willing to give it a try. Perhaps they would encounter the moment when Xiao Yan was not in his best condition. Perhaps they would have a chance to injure Xiao Yan. They did not wish to kill him, but it would be enough if they could injure Xiao Yan a little. Unfortunately, the moment when Xiao Yan would not be in his best condition, which they were anticipating in their hearts, did not arrive. As for ganging up on Xiao Yan, it was even more unrealistic. Putting aside the deep rifts between them, Xiao Yan's puppet alone was enough to deal with most of them. None of them were willing to fight the North King alone. Furthermore, Xiao Yan was backed by the two largest factions in the ancient wilderness city, the Alchemist Guild and the Yunin Pavilion. These people were naturally not foolish enough to become enemies with the Yunin Pavilion. In a few days, Xiao Yan had already earned more than 1,000,000 spirit coins. This amount was already considered extremely terrifying among half-step emperors. Among these people, what surprised Xiao Yan the most was that there were actually people who used lightning invitation cards as wagers. This allowed Xiao Yan to add 3 more lightning invitation cards to his wealth in the past 3 days. In other words, other than his lightning invitation, the current Xiao Yan still possessed 4 other lightning invitations. There were less than 30 people who could enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. Currently, 1/6 of the 30 void lightning pool invitations had fallen into Xiao Yan's hands. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene Xiao Yan would have to face if the people in the city found out about this. Fortunately, on the 4th day, Xiao Yan's Sky Extinction Step finally welcomed the long-awaited breakthrough. The Sky Extinction Step had successfully advanced from the initial stage to the advanced stage. This also meant that Xiao Yan's speed would soar once again. At the same time that he broke through, Xiao Yan displayed the changes that had occurred after his breakthrough to the crowd. With the Sky Extinction Step, Xiao Yan no longer had the slightest bit of apprehension when facing a 7-star half-step emperor. In fact, Xiao Yan even took off that 7-star half-step emperor's robe in front of everyone. This caused the latter to fly into a rage out of humiliation towards Xiao Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was limited, Xiao Yan would have already been dismembered by him. Before the current Xiao Yan, the speed of a 7-star half-step emperor was enough for Xiao Yan to repeat every action. With such speed, anyone below the 8-star half-step emperor level would be crushed by Xiao Yan. When the 5th day passed, the smile on Xiao Yan's face became even more brilliant. That was because, at this moment, there were 2 more void lightning pool invitations in his hands. In other words, Xiao Yan now possessed a total of 7 void lightning pool invitations. 7 void lightning pool invitations. This was enough to make the entire ancient city of Savage rise in an instant. However, Xiao Yan put them all away with a calm expression on his face. It was as if he had never held an extra lightning invitation card. However, in Xiao Yan's heart, his face was already filled with an excited smile. 7 void lightning pool invitations. To Xiao Yan, this was another enormous fortune. Chapter 271. 5 days quietly flowed by. For most of the half-emperors, this little bit of time was simply the blink of an eye. However, for a portion of the half-emperors, these 5 days were more like a chase competition. However, at the end of this chase competition, none of the half-emperors who had participated had obtained the slightest benefit from it. In the end, all of the benefits had been taken away by the organizer of this competition. 7 void lightning pool invitation, 1,000,000 spirit coins and the advance of the wind movement stage from the Sky Extinction Step. Each of these were the benefits that Xiao Yan had obtained within these short 5 days. As for the others, forget about obtaining any benefits. They were already burning incense in their hearts as long as they did not lose too much. Who would have imagined that a seemingly simple request to exchange blows would ultimately result in these half-emperors being unable to use their strength regardless of how powerful and frightening their do-chi was when they were truly faced with it. After 100 exchanges, they could only angrily return. Xiao Yan wore a smile on his face as he kept the wager that his final opponent had handed over into his storage ring. When he saw the depressed expression on his opponent's face, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed in his heart. However, his face still appeared to be extremely indifferent. Humph. Yan Xiao, you have really not wasted these 5 days. Just based on the benefits that you have obtained from us within these 5 days, it is likely that it is more than what some of the clans earn in an entire year. At this moment, there was finally someone who could not endure it any longer and angrily reprimanded Xiao Yan. The profits that Xiao Yan had obtained during these 5 days was something that would cause them to go crazy just thinking about it. Following this half-emperor's words, the group of half-emperors behind him also followed and angrily reprimanded Xiao Yan. These people were all opponents that Xiao Yan had encountered during these few days. They had already suffered losses at Xiao Yan's hands. At this moment, they were naturally merciless when they spoke. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in response to this. He did not force these people to fight with him, nor did he forcefully snatch their things. Those wagers were all taken out by them. If they did not have confidence in their own strength, they would not have easily attacked Xiao Yan. Now that they did not have the ability to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, they instead blamed Xiao Yan. It was no wonder that Xiao Yan would speak with disdain. Humph. This Yan Xiao has obtained quite a lot of benefits over the past 5 days. During this period, he has even obtained a few Void Lightning Pool invitation. From what I see, why don't we all attack together to take down Yan Xiao? After all, he currently has quite a number of treasures on him. As long as we open his storage ring, we don't have to worry that the things inside will not be enough for us to split. Seeing the disdainful cold smile on Xiao Yan's face, someone from the crowd immediately spoke out. The meaning behind his words was to push Xiao Yan to the forefront of the storm. It was obvious that he had the intention to take revenge. After these words sounded, everyone turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan in unison. Over the past few days, they had witnessed Xiao Yan defeating his opponents time and time again. They had also seen Xiao Yan keep all the wagers into the storage ring on his hand. In addition to the Void Lightning Pool invitation, these things were sufficient for them to make a huge profit. Immediately, the gazes that everyone used to look at Xiao Yan could not help but change. Humph. Why? Your skills are inferior to mine and all of you have been defeated. Now, you want to push all the blame onto me and want to split my storage ring. All of you are really audacious. After his words sounded, Xiao Yan suddenly cried out sternly. The aura within his body instantly erupted. A circle of invisible do-chi pressure swiftly swept out in all directions. Xiao Yan knew that the half-emperor experts in front of him were not easy to deal with. With his own strength, he was indeed no match for them. Hence, after he completely unleashed the aura within his body, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeve while the half-emperor expert's expressions changed. A black light flashed and the Northern King's mountain-like figure appeared. The moment he appeared, his strength of a 6-star half-emperor coupled with his overbearing aura immediately caused the half-emperor experts to take a step back. On the other side, Gu Li's group and Elder Xian's brows furrowed. They didn't expect these guys to be so desperate. They knew that they couldn't do anything to Xiao Yan, so they gathered together to force Xiao Yan to hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. However, how could Xiao Yan be someone who would allow others to coerce him? The more these fellows pressured him, the more overbearing Xiao Yan would be. Strength in numbers would indeed cause an ordinary person to feel fear in their hearts and have no choice but to obey. However, Xiao Yan was different. He had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The more these people acted in this manner, the final outcome would likely not be good. Gu Li's group looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was no need to mention Gu Li's group. As Xiao Yan was the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild, they naturally couldn't ignore him. As for Elder Xian, he was personally sent by Luo Jin to protect Xiao Yan using his status as the owner of the Yunin Pavilion. Now that the situation had developed to this point, he naturally had to act. Immediately, when the Northern King appeared, the three of them also moved. The 3 8-star half-martial emperors flashed and instantly appeared around Xiao Yan. The auras of 8-star half-martial emperors instantly spread out. Their powerful and overbearing auras were even more powerful than the Northern King's. When the group of half-martial emperors came in contact with these frightening auras, their expressions immediately turned grave. Just Xiao Yan alone was enough to give them a headache. Now that the Northern King, Gu Li and Elder Xian had joined the fray, they naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Although they didn't dare to act rashly, they had the advantage in numbers. They were unwilling to give up on the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Just like that, the two sides stood in the sky. Neither side moved. In an instant, the group of half-martial emperors in the sky stood in confrontation with Xiao Yan's group. Neither side was willing to relent, but neither side took half a step forward. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan, the only person who could change the situation, finally chuckled. With a thought, he instantly withdrew his aura. He looked at the group of half-martial emperors with an indifferent expression. At this moment, the group of half-martial emperors also looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's footsteps lightly moved, and he slowly walked to the front of the group of half-martial emperors. Sweeping his gaze over them, he said, "It seems that everyone's hearts are still not wavering in the slightest. Heh. I must praise everyone for their perseverance." After those words were spoken, the group of half-martial emperors all frowned and looked at each other. Among them, a 7-star half-martial emperor coldly looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Humph. Yan Xiao, you should hand over the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation as soon as possible. We can let you take the rest. However, if you continue to be stubborn, this old man guarantees that you will not be able to obtain anything." "Oh. Is that so? Then why didn't you attack earlier?" Xiao Yan laughed coldly. His face was filled with disdain as he asked in return. Xiao Yan's words caused that 7-star bandit to be at a loss for words. His old face revealed an embarrassed expression. It was not that they were unwilling to attack. It was just that the experts beside Xiao Yan caused them to feel fear in their hearts, making it difficult for them to move. Otherwise, they would have attacked Xiao Yan in a group. Xiao Yan sneered once again. He coldly stared at the 7-star half-martial emperor and sneered, "Next time, you must think before you speak. Otherwise, you will easily be defeated." After those words were spoken, Gu Li and the other two beside Xiao Yan immediately sneered. Without waiting for the half-martial emperor to refute, Xiao Yan spoke once again. "Everyone, I know that if we continue to confront each other like this, no one will be able to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation in my hands. Even if one of you can obtain it in the end, it will definitely be the most powerful people who will have the opportunity. This is too unfair to the other people who have contributed. Thus, I have a method that will allow everyone to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. I'll say this in advance. This time, there is no need for everyone to fight." After Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, everyone present immediately stood up. Although Xiao Yan's words were unclear, the meaning within them was quite similar to what they were thinking. Just like what Xiao Yan had said, even if they attacked Xiao Yan and obtained his storage ring, only a few of them would be able to obtain benefits in the end. Most of them would be unrewarded people who had contributed. Not for anything else, but for strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan had actually spoken such words that moved their hearts once again. Naturally, some changes would occur in their hearts. They had come for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. If Xiao Yan's method could allow everyone to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, it would naturally not matter whether they fought for it or not. After all, even if they fought for it, they might not be able to obtain the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Since that was the case, they might as well see what Xiao Yan's method was. Noticing everyone's gazes that were filled with surprise, Xiao Yan smiled once again. His fingers rubbed the storage ring as he secretly thought of something. Chapter 272. Everyone, since everyone wants the lightning invitation in my possession, but there's a limit to the number of lightning invitation and it's difficult to distribute them, then for the sake of giving everyone a chance to obtain a Void Lightning invitation, as the owner of the lightning invitation, I've made a decision. Xiao Yan looked around, and his bright eyes slowly swept past the half-step emperors. Xiao Yan's words caused their gazes to converge on him. Even though they didn't know what Xiao Yan's decision was, they knew that Xiao Yan would definitely tell them himself. Gu Li and the others besides Xiao Yan looked at each other, and they silently withdrew the auras they'd released. However, their gazes were still vigilantly watching the surroundings. Xiao Yan was able to face these half-step emperors with ease, but they had no choice but to be cautious. After a short moment, a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth, and he swept his gaze through the surroundings once more. He spread his arms wide open, and he successfully converged the gazes of everyone present once more. After that, he spoke unhurriedly with a smile on his face. "In 10 days, I'll be auctioning off the lightning invitation and some treasures in my possession in the form of an auction. I'll hand over everything that someone auctions in the auction to that person in the most secretive manner possible. There will absolutely be no third person who knows about it." Xiao Yan's voice was like thunder, and it reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Everyone's minds buzzed when they heard it, but most of them ridiculed and sneered at Xiao Yan's methods. The things he obtained from them were actually going to be auctioned off in front of all these half-step emperors. No matter who saw such an action, they would probably be furious in their hearts. On the other hand, Xiao Yan didn't avoid it at all. No matter how furious those half-step emperors were, he still had a calm expression on his face. Amongst the things he wanted to auction off, there were indeed many things that these half-step emperors had lost to him. However, at the same time, there were also some things that Xiao Yan had obtained from the battles in the past. It was not difficult for Xiao Yan to imagine the consequences of a group of half-martial emperors getting angry. Therefore, he would not go overboard this time. Of course, although they were enraged, there were also a few people who were happy in their hearts. These people were basically people who had never acted against Xiao Yan. Hence, other than the Void Lightning Pool invitation, they didn't really care about anything else that Xiao Yan auctioned off. Seeing the situation in the battleground, Gu Li and the other two involuntarily frowned as they looked at Xiao Yan. The result of inciting everyone's anger was something that Xiao Yan should be clearer than them in his heart. However, his current actions were developing in this direction. If Xiao Yan really angered these people, even if he had the support of the Alchemist Guild and the Yunin Pavilion, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand their murderous intent. After all, there were dozens of half-step emperors here. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be easy to deal with them. However, once they were united, the power that would erupt from them would be devastating. Xiao Yan noticed Gu Li and the other two's gazes. However, he smiled faintly and nodded, indicating that they could rest assured. Due to their inexplicable confidence in Xiao Yan, the three of them withdrew their gazes with suspicion. However, they couldn't help but feel a little worried in their hearts. Hee. Everyone, it's still early. It's unnecessary to say anything now. As for what I will auction off, you will naturally know when the time comes as long as you are present. As for now. I haven't rested for 5 days. I'm a little tired. Then, I won't accompany you for now. See you at the Tianyan auction house in 10 days. As he spoke, Xiao Yan used all his strength to stretch. Immediately, his entire body revealed an aura of exhaustion. Before everyone could open their mouths to say anything, a glint suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. His feet moved slightly and wind formed under his feet. His body flashed and suddenly disappeared from the empty sky. The Northern King, who had been standing still like a metal tower, also disappeared at the same time. Only when Xiao Yan's figure disappeared in a flash did Gu Li and the other two hastily look for the wind to check for Xiao Yan's aura. However, the thing that caused the three of them to feel shocked was that Xiao Yan's aura had completely disappeared from this empty space after he disappeared once again. This brat. We haven't even spoken to him. Why did he disappear again? Gu Li's old face was filled with helplessness. Beside him, Qi Lin and Elder Xian were also frowning. They also felt incomparably serious about Xiao Yan's terrifying speed. Right now, on the surface, Xiao Yan's strength was still that of a 3-star half-martial emperor. However, his speed was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine. If his strength increased, at that time, when he unleashed his full speed, wouldn't he be able to completely disregard even 8-star half-martial emperors like them? At this very moment, the 3 8-star half-martial emperors were deeply shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. However, while they were comparing Xiao Yan to an 8-star half-martial emperor in their hearts, they didn't know that more than one 8-star half-martial emperor had died by Xiao Yan's hands. Sigh, that's enough. That brat Yan Xiao has already left. There's no need for us to continue staying here. The two of you, I still have matters to attend to in my pavilion. I won't disturb you any longer." After Xiao Yan left, Elder Xian sighed with emotion. Then, he said those words to Gu Li and Qi Lin and left first. Afterwards, Gu Li and Qi Lin and the surrounding half-martial emperors also left one after another. After the crowd left, in a short period of time, another shocking piece of news rapidly spread through the entire ancient city as if it had grown wings. In 10 days, Yan Xiao would be holding an auction for the lightning invitation at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Publicly auctioning the Void Lightning Pool invitation was something that had never happened before. Thus, once the news spread, all the powers in the desolate land began to move. In less than half a day, not only the entire ancient city, even some of the surrounding cities and towns had heard of this shocking news. In the Yunin Pavilion, Elder Xian had personally delivered the news. Thus, Luo Jin naturally knew what Xiao Yan had said. "Oh. He's going to hold an auction? And it's going to be held at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House?" Hearing Elder Xian's words, Luo Jin was also surprised for a moment. However, he immediately smiled and nodded. His hand gently waved the jade fan in his hand as he softly smiled and said, "Good. Since he wants to hold an auction, then we'll help him again. We'll ensure that the auction is in order. This way, we can more or less help him solve some unnecessary problems." Elder Xian immediately nodded when he heard this. He raised his eyes to look at Luo Jin and smiled. This old man has already arranged for it. Old Song is in charge of the auction house. I don't think anyone will dare to make a move there. At that time, he will be in charge of the order of the auction house." Hearing this, Luo Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. When he heard Elder Xian mention that old man, he finally remembered him. Thinking of that old man's temper in his heart, Luo Jin could not help but bitterly smile and shake his head. With him around, there were indeed not many people who would dare to make a move at the auction house. Although everything has been prepared, it is still better to ask Song Gang to pay attention. MOD's group will definitely not let Yan Xiao off so easily. The influence of this auction is not small and it is unavoidable that they will do something. At that time, we must keep a close eye on them when we see them. Although Luo Jin had always been at ease with Elder Xian handling matters, Luo Jin still did not dare to be careless when it came to Xiao Yan's matter. He felt that Xiao Yan's actions this time were indeed a little too big. No one knew what kind of people he would attract when the time came. When Elder Xian heard this, a strange look involuntarily flashed across his turbid old eyes. He immediately responded and did not disturb Luo Jin any further. He silently took 2 steps back. The figure under Elder Xian's long robe gradually distorted until it completely disappeared. Chapter 273. What did you say? That Yan Xiao is actually going to hold an auction 10 days later? Moreover, the auction item is the Void Lightning Pool invitation? In a living room, Mu Han was sitting on the main seat with a gloomy face. Due to the rage in his heart, the lustrous teacup in his hand had been crushed into powder. The tea was like water arrows that shot out in all directions. The accessories around Mu Han were all pierced by the water arrows. This scene caused the hearts of MOD and the other 3 to freeze. They did not expect that the news that Mu Zhuang's servant had brought back would actually cause them to be so shocked. Now that Mu Han and MOD's group had reached a common point, they were all on the same boat in order to kill Xiao Yan. Their goal was only Xiao Yan. Following the initial plan of the few of them, MOD and the 3 others naturally stayed in the Mu Zhuang. In this place, it was very difficult for the people in the outside world to know their exact whereabouts. They could use the people in the Mu Zhuang to monitor Xiao Yan at all times. At this moment, in front of Mu Han, there was a middle-aged man in plain clothes who was half kneeling on the ground. He had a respectful expression as he reported to Mu Han the various news that he had heard from the outside. Currently, Xiao Yan's reputation was becoming more and more popular by the day in the ancient wildlands. The most recent news was that Xiao Yan had announced in front of a group of half-emperors that he would be holding an auction for the Lightning Pool invitation in 10 days' time at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. This news was extremely shocking to the various clans and forces in the ancient wildlands. The void lightning pool was difficult to open, and the lightning pool invitation was the only key to enter the void lightning pool. There were only a total of 30 lightning pool invitation. In the past few hundred years, for the sake of obtaining the void lightning pool invitation cards, countless half-martial emperors had gone crazy over them. However, even with that being the case, there had never been a single person who possessed more than 3 void lightning pool invitation cards. This was because the attraction of the lightning pool invitation would bring about devastating damage to them. For hundreds of years, many half-emperors had died in order to compete for the void lightning pool invitation. Therefore, under normal circumstances, as long as one was able to obtain a lightning pool invitation, almost everyone would carefully store it away. Until the void lightning pool invitation was opened, no one would know who had the lightning pool invitation. Yet, Xiao Yan was currently going against the flow. Not only did he act in an overbearing manner, but he had also controlled a couple of empty realm lightning pool invitation in front of the eyes of a countless number of experts. He was basically inviting trouble to himself. However, when many people wanted to wait for someone to look for Xiao Yan, the ancient wildlands were unusually quiet. They were not interested in the lightning pool invitation in Xiao Yan's hands at all. Xiao Yan to Xiao Yan's lightning pool invitation. It was to use Xiao Yan's not to speak to him, to. Bang! Following a loud bang, the mysterious gold armrest beside Mu Han in the hall suddenly exploded. His shriveled hand was deeply embedded in it. Under his hand, the mysterious gold, which was usually incomparably hard, was like a piece of dirt. Bastard! That brat is actually doing well. Don't tell me that those clans no longer want the lightning pool invitation in his hands. Mu Han's old face was as gloomy as water at this moment. The fury in his eyes was on the verge of bursting out. His hand, which was embedded in the armrest, clawed furiously. The hard mysterious gold was crushed into pieces like tofu. When he saw that the person who killed his disciple was living such a peaceful life, the fury in Mu Han's heart was almost uncontrollable. Wu Mahue was not only his disciple, he was also the grandson of his old friend who had already passed away. Because of his old friend, Mu Han loved his disciple very much. Moreover, Wu Mahue was also quite talented in the Tao of formations. Hence, Mu Han valued Wu Mahue even more. Now that Wu Mahue was dead, not only did Mu Han lose an extremely talented disciple, he was also unable to explain himself to his old friend who had already passed away. However, even though he knew that the person who killed Wu Mahue was Xiao Yan, he could only watch as Xiao Yan did whatever he wanted in this savage ancient city. The fury and murderous intent in Mu Han's heart had reached its peak. Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to face my old friend in the netherworld. More so, I won't be able to face my disciple who was killed by you. Mahue. Mu Han's eyes were scarlet. Due to the extreme fury in his heart, his eyeballs appeared extremely protruding at this moment. Coupled with the scarlet color of blood, it caused one to tremble with fear. When they heard Mu Han's bone-chilling words, MOD and the rest unknowingly exchanged glances. Each of them had their own plans in their hearts. Indeed, I didn't expect Yan Xiao to have such means. However, that's all there is to it. Humph. When the time comes, as long as he enters the void lightning pool, we will naturally make him pay the price that he deserves. MOD narrowed his old eyes. A cold light flickered in his eyes. When he thought of Xiao Yan, he gritted his teeth in anger. However, it was fortunate that he had people like Yan Bing by his side. MOD felt that he had to obtain Xiao Yan at all costs. Although Xiao Yan was still alive, he was no different from a dead person in MOD's heart. Humph. If it wasn't for Elder Luo, even if the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion was personally protecting him, I would definitely kill him in this savage ancient city. Mu Han naturally knew that MOD was trying to flatter him. He forcefully suppressed the fury in his heart, narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Yan Bing and the rest looked at each other and remained silent. As for how they understood the conversation between the two, no one knew. However, just as Mod was continuously flattering Muhan in an attempt to deepen the relationship between the two of them, Muhan's eyes rotated. The corners of his mouth immediately revealed a mysterious half-smile. When he looked at Mod, his eyes revealed a gaze as though he wanted to devour a person. Hiss. Keek keek. I have almost forgotten that I am still lacking one item in order to kill Yen Xiao. Oh. Mod's eyes suddenly shrunk when Muhan said these words. Yen Bing and the other two seated beside him also raised their eyebrows. They were astonished in their hearts. With Muhan's strength as a 9-star half-martial emperor, killing Xiao Yen was as easy as blowing off dust. However, at this moment, how could he still say that he was still lacking one item? Could it be that Muhan was still not confident that he could kill Xiao Yen? Teacher Mu, you, keek keek. Mod, I'm afraid that you have forgotten or overlooked an extremely important item. Just as Mod was about to open his mouth to ask, Muhan stared at Mod with a fake smile. His eyes narrowed as he spoke in a teasing tone. Mod was even more confused when he heard these words. He once again looked at Yen Bing and the other two seated beside him. The few of them were extremely confused in their hearts. Currently, they were all prepared and only lacked one thing. They only needed to wait for the lightning pool to open and enter the void lightning pool. At that time, Xiao Yen would die. However, no matter how they thought about it, they did not seem to have missed out on anything important. It's the void lightning pool invitation. After a long while, Yen Bing seemed to have suddenly thought of something and spoke to Muhan in an indifferent tone. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was very difficult for Muhan to rely on external items to increase his strength. Thus, he had not come into contact with something like the void lightning pool invitation for a very long time. Now that he was about to enter the void lightning pool again, this was the only thing he needed. Keek keek, that's right. This old man has not entered the void lightning pool for several hundred years. This old man has almost forgotten what the void lightning pool invitation looks like. Thus, as long as Mod can help me find the void lightning pool invitation, this old man will be able to enter the void lightning pool. Hearing these words, Mod immediately frowned. The void lightning pool invitation was very rare. Back then, in order to help Zhang Hao obtain the void lightning pool invitation, Mod had paid a great price. Currently, the people who could control the void lightning pool invitation were the leaders of various powers. Even Mod would not easily become enemies with such people. Given the current situation, where was he supposed to find the void lightning pool invitation? Muhan's actions were simply deliberately making things difficult for Mod. However, in the next moment, Mod thought of the only person who could obtain the void lightning pool invitation. However, if that was the case, Muhan, you are deliberately making things difficult for this old man. Currently, the only place where he could help Muhan obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation was the Void Lightning Pool invitation auction that was going to be held by Yen Xiao in 10 days at the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Chapter 274. When the first rays of the morning sun scattered across the land, the continent, which had been silent for an entire night, was once again bustling with noise. On a mountain peak outside the ancient savage city, two figures, who were seated opposite each other, opened their eyes at the same time. Immediately, two invisible pillars shot out from their pitch-black eyes and collided in the air between them, emitting a muffled bang sound. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth lifted into a faint smile. He did not dare to relax during these 10 days. He had been continuously trying to adjust to the discomfort brought about by the increase in the sky extinction steps. 10 days passed. Today was the day that Xiao Yan had announced that he would be holding an auction. As the organizer of this auction, Xiao Yan naturally could not be absent. With a casual wave of his hand, the incarnation in front of him scattered with the wind. After a long period of tempering, in addition to Xiao Yan's current spiritual strength, this incarnation's strength had reached the level of an intermediate 1-star half-martial emperor. Although there was still a gap between it and a 2-star half-martial emperor, this was already a pretty good growth for an incarnation that could not cultivate on its own. Xiao Yan slowly stood up and stretched his body. As his body moved, Xiao Yan could even clearly hear the sounds of his bones colliding with each other. The clear sounds caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely comfortable in his heart. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. Hee, brat, given the void lightning pool invitation that you currently possess, if you were to sell all of them, I'm afraid that you would be able to make quite a fortune. Gu Yu, who had been silent in Xiao Yan's body, suddenly spoke in a mocking tone at this moment. Hee, why? Is old Gu also interested in the void lightning pool invitation? Why don't I sell one to you? Xiao Yan chuckled when he heard this. A treacherous smile appeared on his face. His tone was filled with ill intentions. Gu Yu curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Xiao Yan in his heart. Immediately, he changed his tone and laughed. Little brat, you are trying to fool me. Stinking brat, you're actually trying to trick this old man. Alright, let's go. When the time comes, you'll be happy. Xiao Yan smiled embarrassedly and withdrew his thoughts. He lifted his gaze and looked at the blurry outline of the city at the end of his sight. Today, the ancient city of savage desolation was much more lively than usual. The streets that were already filled with people were even more crowded today. This was especially true outside the Heavenly Cloud auction house, which was located at the center of the city. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Although it was still early, it was even more lively than the noontime of an ordinary city. Needless to say, most of these people were here for Xiao Yan's void lightning pool invitation. Even the armored guards maintaining order at the entrance of the auction house couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. Such an eye-catching scene had only appeared a few times in the past auctions. It was likely that the auction this time around would become the largest auction in the past 100 years because of Xiao Yan. Whoosh! Outside the noisy auction hall, a sharp sound that was like an eagle's cry suddenly sounded out, and it attracted the attention of a large number of people below. The sound of rushing wind was transmitted, and a figure wearing a black robe instantly appeared at the entrance of the auction hall. Everyone's expression involuntarily changed when they saw this person. The armored guards at the entrance hurriedly stopped the words that they were about to spit out when they saw the person who had arrived. Their expressions changed, and they cupped their hands respectfully towards the black-robed figure in front of them. Greetings to Elder Yan Xiao. With Xiao Yan's current reputation, most of the people in the ancient savage city had seen his face. The people around Xiao Yan were naturally no exception. These two armored guards at the entrance had been personally instructed by the owner of the auction house to treat Xiao Yan with respect when they saw him. They were not allowed to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Xiao Yan nodded and smiled in response to the respectful attitude of the two in front of him. He knew that this was their job, and hence, he did not pay any more attention to them. The figure with his back facing the crowd slowly turned around. His gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. When he saw the heated gazes of the crowd in front of him, Xiao Yan also smiled slightly. He was extremely satisfied with this effect. Thank you everyone for participating. I will be holding a lightning invitation auction at the Tianyan auction house. In this auction, I will be taking out 6 void lightning pool invitation. At that time, it will be up to everyone present to decide who these lightning invitation will end up in. Xiao Yan's words caused an uproar in the entire place. 6 void lightning pool invitation. These people originally thought that even if Xiao Yan had a bountiful harvest during those 5 days and had obtained a few lightning invitation, even if they added their own invitation, there would at most be 5. However, from the meaning of Xiao Yan's words at this moment, if he had already left 1 invitation for them, it meant that Xiao Yan actually had 7 void lightning pool invitation with him at this moment. 7 of them. This accounted for a quarter of the total number of void lightning pool invitation. It was really hard to imagine. The void lightning pool invitation was originally very difficult to find. However, at this moment, in the hands of the 3-star half-emperor in front of them, there were actually 7 of them. Brother Yan Xiao has arrived quite early. This old man has already sensed your aura from afar. However, while everyone's hearts were feeling shocked because of Xiao Yan's lightning invitation, a thunder-like loud laughter was suddenly emitted from this place. When he heard this bold laughter, Xiao Yan also withdrew his gaze. He lifted his head towards the sky and also laughed loudly, Brother Song is not late. The timing is just right. I was just about to go in and prepare some things. Ha 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 ha. After Xiao Yan's voice sounded, a figure suddenly rushed out from the sky. The figure's feet suddenly stepped on the void and a terrifying pressure immediately descended from the sky. At this moment, the faces of many people in the area instantly became grave. With a flash of light, the figure had already appeared beside Xiao Yan. The person who appeared was an old man with a head full of white hair. He had a square face and unibrow, which added a bit of domineering aura to him. A pair of turbid old eyes revealed an ancient feeling of vicissitudes of life. His old face was covered with wrinkles. At this moment, he was revealing a rough smile as he looked at Xiao Yan. The old man's name was Song Gang. He was the manager of the Heavenly Cloud Auction House branch in the ancient Savage City. In this ancient Savage City, he could be considered to be a rather famous person. Moreover, his strength was also not weak. He was on par with Gu Li and Elder Xian. He was an 8-star half-emperor expert. Seeing the absolute smile on Xiao Yan's face, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Immediately after, he hurriedly returned to normal. He cupped his hands towards the old man and said with a smile, Brother Song. Song Gang smiled and nodded. He ignored the fearful gazes of the people behind him and smiled towards Xiao Yan. Hee, Brother Yan Xiao, I heard it clearly just now. Previously, no matter how I asked you, you wouldn't say anything. I didn't expect that you actually have 7 Void Lightning Pool invitation. TSK. I don't know how many people will be jealous of you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again smiled. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Song is right. If I keep these things on me, sooner or later, it will be a disaster. It is precisely because of this that after I obtained them, I hurriedly asked brother to help me auction them. Hearing the flattery in Xiao Yan's words, Song Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Yan's words were quite useful to him. Okay, I won't say any more. In short, Brother Yan Xiao can be at ease and hand those things over to this old man. This old man guarantees that he will definitely sell them for a good price for Brother Yan Xiao. Hearing this, Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands and smiled towards Song Gang. His eyes narrowed as he said, In that case, I will thank Brother Song in advance. In the face of this kind of unscrupulous merchant, Xiao Yan was naturally on guard. Even though Song Gang in front of him was quite good to him and his attitude towards Xiao Yan was also unusually warm, this also caused Xiao Yan to be even more cautious. Ha 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 ha. Old Song, looks like you have a good chat with little friend Yan Xiao. Ha 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 ha. However, just as Xiao Yan's caution rose in his heart towards Song Gang, a bold laughter once again sounded from the horizon. When Xiao Yan heard that familiar voice, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Hearing this voice, the person who had arrived was undoubtedly the Elder Xian of the Yunyin Pavilion. And from the meaning of these words, Elder Xian seemed to have an unusual relationship with Song Gang. This, Xiao Yan immediately thought that it was no wonder Song Gang was so warm towards him. Could it be that it was all because of this Elder Xian who was about to arrive? Or could it be that behind him? Chapter 275. Old man, why are you purposely taking advantage of me? Before the person arrived, the vast voice resounded across the sky like thunder. After Song Gang heard it, he sneered coldly and raised his head to the sky as he reprimanded. When these words were said, not only Xiao Yan and the surrounding crowd, even Elder Xian, who had yet to arrive, could not help but raise his eyebrows. He could not help but wonder in his heart, where did these words come from? Old boy, stop pretending. You should also know that Brother Yan Zhao's full combat strength is not inferior to yours or mine. Therefore, even I call him brother. However, you insist on calling him little friend. Isn't this purposely taking advantage of me? When these words were said, the faces of everyone present were immediately stunned. They looked at each other. Although they wanted to sneer, they ultimately suppressed their laughter when they thought of the person who said these words. Only Xiao Yan, who was standing beside Song Gang at this moment, could not help but laugh out loud. He did not expect that Song Gang, who looked rather bold and unrestrained, would actually care so much about these trivial matters. In the sky, Elder Xian could not help but reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry after hearing Song Gang's words. He was also rather helpless towards Song Gang. Why is this old man's character still like this? After so many years of managing the auction house alone, he still has not changed his character. Looks like there is no hope for him in this life. Elder Xian muttered in a low voice. He could not be bothered with Song Gang anymore. His gaze turned and looked at Luo Jin, who was beside him. The latter also looked over. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. After which, they gently shook their heads and flew down. As the two of them flew down, Song Gang below was still angrily spitting at Elder Xian. However, when he saw Luo Jin, who was behind Elder Xian, his mouth, which was continuously spitting like a machine gun, suddenly opened wider than an umbrella. The words in his mouth also came to an abrupt halt. Immediately, beads of cold sweat slowly dripped from Song Gang's forehead. Luo Jin, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the former. He did not move at all. At this moment, Elder Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He looked at Song Gang as if he was looking at a child who had made a mistake. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at Luo Jin, who pursed his lips and smiled. He secretly transmitted a message to Xiao Yan. You can even subdue such a terrifying heavenly flame. I only took in a subordinate. What's there to be surprised about? Xiao Yan immediately laughed bitterly when he heard this. It was true that he had indeed obtained the heavenly flame. However, most of those heavenly flames of his were obtained by risking his life. Compared to Luo Jin, Xiao Yan had suffered far too much. Regarding this, Elder Xian also smiled helplessly. Others might not know, but he naturally knew. Although Song Gang appeared to be fearless all day long, and even contradicted Luo Jin when he spoke to him, it was Luo Jin who made him obedient. It was to the extent that Song Gang would feel fear and trepidation whenever he saw Luo Jin. This was also the main reason why he did not follow Luo Jin and was instead managing the auction house. About that, Song Gang looked at Luo Jin. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking at Elder Xian. After all, not many people would pay much attention to the weak one-star half-martial emperor behind Elder Xian. Old man Song Gang was about to speak when Elder Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Gang and shook his head slightly. As soon as Song Gang opened his mouth, Song Gang quickly reacted. He smiled embarrassedly and rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Then, he was about to lead them into the auction house. However, an instant later, just as Song Gang was about to lead the few people into the auction house, the expressions of the few people present with sufficient strength suddenly changed. Their bodies turned, and their solemn gazes instantly shot towards the northern horizon. Elder Xian and the others looked solemn. Their eyes narrowed into a thin line as they stared at the northern sky. They could clearly sense that there was an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching them from that direction. As for Xiao Yan, whose spiritual energy had reached the late martial emperor realm, he naturally sensed the aura as well. Moreover, what he sensed was much more than what Elder Xian and the others could sense. The frightening spiritual strength moved with Xiao Yan's thought. In an instant, it covered over half of the savage ancient city. Under the cover of his spiritual strength, the couple of human figures in the northern sky were all reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. There were a total of 4 people who had come this time around. Other than the old man leading the group, the remaining 3 were Mod, Yan Bing, an old demon whom Xiao Yan had already met. Zhang Hao's figure was not among them. Perhaps due to his strength, Yan Bing did not bring him along with her. Based on Xiao Yan's understanding of Mod and the other 2, they naturally did not attract much attention from Xiao Yan. However, when Xiao Yan's spiritual energy swept past the old man leading the group, his face suddenly became solemn. Under the perception of Xiao Yan's late martial emperor realm spiritual energy, the aura of the old man leading the group had reached an extremely terrifying level. That level was far beyond Elder Xian and the others. In fact, even Yan Bing, who was beside him, was far inferior to him. This aura, this old man is a 9-star half-emperor. It was not that Xiao Yan had never seen a Do Di expert before. Most of the spirit ginseng tribe in the spirit ginseng world were at this level. Therefore, Xiao Yan was familiar with the aura of a Do Di expert. Although this old man's aura was terrifying, surpassing an 8-star half-emperor, it was still far from the level of a Do Di. Therefore, Xiao Yan was certain that this old man was a 9-star half-emperor. Late Martial Emperor Realm Spiritual Energy. I didn't expect that at such a young age, your attainments in the spiritual Tao would be so high. However, humph. As if he had sensed Xiao Yan's spiritual energy probing, the old man turned his deep gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was at the entrance of the auction house below. Although they were far apart, the old man's gaze still fell on Xiao Yan. However, before he could finish his sentence, the old man suddenly let out a bone-chilling cold snort. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual storm that was many times stronger than Xiao Yan's spiritual energy suddenly swept across the sky and violently bombarded Xiao Yan's spiritual energy. Not good. Sensing this, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned pale with fright. With a thought, he tried to withdraw the spiritual energy that he had spread out. However, compared to Xiao Yan, the old man's speed was even more terrifying. Before Xiao Yan could react, the turbulent spiritual storm had already violently bombarded the spiritual energy that Xiao Yan had spread out. Bang! A low, deep bang sound was emitted from the empty air. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was also withdrawn into his body. However, his expression had also turned pale at this moment. His body shook and he involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Immediately, he was supported by Luo Jin, who had flashed over. Seeing that Xiao Yan's expression had instantly turned pale, a chill immediately flashed across Luo Jin's eyes. He turned his gaze and his icy cold gaze instantly looked toward the northern sky. At the edge of his sight, there was a group of people swiftly flying over. Chapter 276. At the entrance of the auction house, Song Gang and the others were looking at the northern horizon with grave expressions on their faces. They were looking at the blurry figures that were getting closer and closer. What is going on? Why is that old brat Mod together with him? The most important thing is, why did he come here? In the past, he was a person who never left his house. It was always others who went to look for him. When has he ever personally come out? Old Xian and Song Gang had grave expressions on their faces. One stared intently at Mod, while the other directed all the questions in his heart to the elder leading the group. Could this be Mod's doing? It is extremely possible. Earlier, I sensed two spiritual energies colliding in the sky. After which, Yan Xiao was injured. He should have attacked Yan Xiao. However, it is hard to understand why he would attack Yan Xiao. Mod can't give him anything. The gazes of the two were focused on Mod's group that was getting closer and closer. They were continuously conversing in low voices. On the other side, Luo Jin, who was supporting Xiao Yan, frowned after hearing this. He said, "There is no need to think so much. It is fine as long as we know that they have come for Yan Xiao. This time around, Mod has really blown things out of proportion. They will inevitably play some tricks during the auction. When the time comes, pay attention. If there is a need, there is no need to be courteous with them." Understood. Luo Jin's indifferent voice caused the expressions on the faces of Song Gang and the other man to instantly turn serious. Although the person who had come was a 9-star half-martial emperor, with their experience, there was no need for them to fear him. Now that Luo Jin had spoken, they would naturally not fear him. I was wondering who it was. So it is Teacher Mu. What is it? You have not cared about the matters of the world for many years. Now, you have become interested in the Void Lightning Pool invitation? Seeing that the 4 people in the sky were about to descend, the crowd quickly moved and created a large empty space below the 4 people. What a joke. The four people before them were all influential people in the ancient city. Yan Bing and Old Monster, who were both 8-star half-martial emperors. How could they not give way? However, when everyone heard Song Gang's indifferent words, the doubtful gazes that were originally looking at the old man who was the leader of the four suddenly changed in the next moment. A deep fear swiftly gushed out from their eyes. In this ancient city, how many people didn't know the name of Master Mu? He was one of the 2 tyrants of the wildlands. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the already crowded crowd. Their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Mod and the other 3. This was especially so when their gazes landed on Mu Han. Their hearts became incomparably solemn. When Mu Han heard Song Gang's words, he lifted his eyes slightly. His deep gaze was like a sharp sword as it shot towards the former. However, Song Gang remained unmoved in the face of this sharp gaze. He directly ignored it. Back then, Song Gang was someone who had even contradicted old Luo. Although there was some exaggeration in his words, the current Mu Han in front of him was at the very most able to cause him to feel some pressure. However, it was far from enough to suppress him with just his aura. Mu Han's old eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He had also heard about Song Gang's temper. His temper was extremely fiery and there were very few people who could suppress him. However, hearing 100 times was not as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Today, he was indeed as fearless as the rumors said. It is not up to you to say what I am interested in. Now, I only want to ask, when will the auction begin? Mu Han coldly laughed and asked Song Gang in a cold voice. His gaze looked towards the deathly pale Xiao Yan by the side. A cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth while a startling killing intent flashed across his eyes. This happened in less than an instant. Naturally, the heavily injured Xiao Yan did not notice it. However, Luo Jin, who had noticed this, narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Gang. As his eyes flickered, a sinister dark light flashed across his eyes. Song Gang, who had been paying attention to Luo Jin, immediately understood. He coldly snorted and spoke to Mu Han again. Teacher Mu, there is indeed no need for me to ask you anything since you have come to participate in the auction. However, you have attacked and injured the organizer of the auction. I cannot ignore this matter. I do not like to be spied on by others. That brat only has himself to blame for my earlier attack. Mu Han coldly laughed in the face of Song Gang's sinister words. He did not seem to care at all. However, Mu Han quickly turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and said with a slightly surprised tone, however, he has also surprised me. However, he surprised me. He's just a 3-star half-martial emperor, yet he's able to raise his soul to the late emperor realm. Although he's strong among ordinary half-martial emperors, it's better for him to keep it to himself. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han possessed absolute strength to suppress others. Even though Song Gang had a fiery temper, it was not enough for him to fight against Mu Han. At this moment, Mu Han had the absolute right to speak. It was also because of this that Mu Han revealed a look of disdain towards Xiao Yan and the others. His strength was so great that he could crush anyone. Seeing this scene, a ball of anger immediately rose in Luo Jin's heart. He slightly loosened his hand that was supporting Xiao Yan and was about to step forward. He and Xiao Yan hit it off. Although the two of them had not known each other for a long time, the friendship between the two of them was extremely deep. Now that Xiao Yan was in trouble, how could Luo Jin sit by and do nothing? Song Gang and Elder Xian had been constantly paying attention to Luo Jin. At this moment, when they saw that Luo Jin was about to step forward, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and finally fell silent. However, just as Luo Jin was about to step forward, Xiao Yan, who had just swallowed a medicinal pill and whose complexion had somewhat recovered, grabbed Luo Jin's arm. He gently shook his head and stopped Luo Jin's figure. Let him be. I also did not expect that his soul energy would be so terrifying. This result is indeed caused by my recklessness. As for him injuring me, Xiao Yan secretly transmitted his voice to Luo Jin. The latter gradually calmed down. However, there was still a sinister chill in his eyes that could not be erased when he looked at Muhan. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Muhan. Only then did he say coldly in his heart, "In the future, I will definitely make you pay back in full." With a cold snort in his heart, Xiao Yan revealed a helpless smile on his face. He looked around and said in a weak voice, I have indeed been reckless. I have indeed been too rash. However, since everyone is here, I believe that we should enter the auction house first." Cough cough. At this point, Xiao Yan could not help but cough violently for a while. Then, with a weak expression, he opened his mouth again and said with a smile, "After all, everyone here today is here for the auction. We can't let this small incident affect the progress of the auction." Don't I say so?" At the end of his words, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on Mod. His pair of blurry eyes were calm as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, even Song Gang and Elder Xian could not help but reveal a suspicious expression. From Xiao Yan's appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it. The expression of Luo Jin by his side was quietly changing repeatedly at this moment. His heart was extremely shocked by Xiao Yan by the side. Indeed, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, Xiao Yan looked like he was heavily injured. Even the aura in his body was in a mess. However, no one knew that Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding Luo Jin's arm under his sleeve, was violently trembling. Chapter 277. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were seated in a VIP room within the Tianyuan auction house. The walls on all four sides were empty. A thick and heavy stone door blocked the only exit. Within the entire secret room, there were only a few pearls embedded in the wall that emitted a gentle fluorescent light, illuminating the entire room. Due to the special construction materials of the auction house and the restrictions placed by strong people, any aura and spiritual perception would be restricted in this place. Simply put, after entering this place, as long as one covered their body and face, no one would be able to recognize who they were. Of course, all of this was under the premise that one had a certain level of strength. If a Do Di were to enter, he would naturally be able to ignore the restrictions with his terrifying strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan's face no longer had that extremely weak appearance from before. Although his face was still a little pale, it was much better compared to his previous appearance. Xiao Yan's figure was seated on a stone chair. At this moment, his face no longer had its usual indifferent expression. His eyebrows were slightly knit together and his eyes were flickering with a cold glint. At this moment, all of this revealed that his heart was not calm. A 9-star half-emperor. Xiao Yan clearly knew that the old man he had come into contact with outside the auction house earlier would become another great enemy of his from today onwards. He originally did not have the intention to stir up trouble. However, there was always someone who would make things difficult for him. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. After violently gulping down a mouthful of rich tea, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the gentle light reflected from the teacup. He remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Jin also seemed to be deep in thought as he drank the tea in his cup. Immediately, he turned his gaze and smiled at Xiao Yan. "Brother Yan Xiao, you almost fooled me just now." Xiao Yan frowned and smiled. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He looked at Luo Jin and asked, "That old man just now, you all call him Mu Shi. Who is he?" Luo Jin had already expected Xiao Yan's question. Without much hesitation, he gently knit his brows and said, "Mu Shi is a respectful name given to him by the people in the ancient savage city. His real name is Mu Han and he is a 9-star half-emperor. You should have sensed this earlier. With his strength, other than old Luo, he is the strongest person in the ancient savage city." Xiao Yan secretly nodded his head. A 9-star half-emperor was indeed enough to dominate the ancient savage city. However, there was another question in Xiao Yan's heart. Furthermore, apart from him, Mu Han is the only rank 3 formation master in the southwestern border. Oh. Before Xiao Yan's doubt, Luo Jin's voice was a formation half-emperor. Once these words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately extremely shocked. At the same time, he no longer doubted his own judgment. Indeed, no wonder his soul power is so frightening. So that's how it is. His soul power has truly reached the consolidation realm. Xiao Yan frowned. The 9-star half-emperor Muhan was not someone that the current him could deal with. No matter what, he was only a 3-star half-emperor. Even if he had broken through to the 4-star half-emperor realm, the gap between their strengths was not something that could be easily closed. If he were to face Muhan alone, Xiao Yan would not have any chance of victory. Even if his sky extinction step had reached the advanced wind step, a 9-star half-emperor was definitely not something that someone like Yan Bing, who was only a hair's breadth away, could compare to. The slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. This was the principle behind it. Thinking of this, a cold glint shot out from Xiao Yan's eyes. In order to deal with him, MOD was willing to do anything. He even dared to use someone who could turn around and devour him at any time. It was not hard to imagine how much hatred MOD had for Xiao Yan. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that MOD was doing this purely for Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Perhaps, killing Xiao Yan was his secondary goal. MOD, it would have been fine if you had left after the alchemist competition. However, you have repeatedly come to find trouble with me and insisted on making things difficult for me. Since you insist on making things difficult for me, you cannot blame me for being vicious and merciless. Bang! After MOD finished speaking, the teacup in Xiao Yan's hand exploded with a bang, and turned into dust that scattered in all directions. Next, we should prepare the items for the auction. Just now, Song Gang told me that you are actually going to auction 6 Void Lightning Pool invitation. TSK, this is unprecedented. Feeling that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more oppressive, Luo Jin immediately changed the topic and teased Xiao Yan. I was just lucky. Xiao Yan understood Luo Jin's intention and immediately smiled. With a flip of his hand, a storage ring that he had prepared beforehand appeared in his palm. The items in this storage ring are all the items that I will be auctioning this time. Although I did not hand them over to the auction house beforehand, I believe that with their ability, they will be able to determine the quality and value with a single glance. Luo Jin nodded slightly. In his heart, he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's high level of caution. Before knowing the relationship between Song Gang and Luo Jin, Xiao Yan was actually able to guard against strangers to such an extent. Compared to Luo Jin, Xiao Yan was indeed much more mature. To be able to stand out among so many cultivators at such a young age, his experience was naturally extraordinary. This level of caution was also reasonable. After all, before truly knowing the other party's background, no matter how sincere the other party's attitude was, he absolutely could not easily trust them. Otherwise, it was very likely that this would bring about an irreversible disaster. As the two of them spoke, the heavy stone door was opened. The two of them looked over and saw that Song Gang and Elder Xian had already appeared at the entrance of the secret room. Is it done? Xiao Yan casually asked. The auction this time had attracted quite a number of factions. Even the number of half-step emperors was unimaginable. Therefore, after Xiao Yan and the others entered the auction house, Elder Xian and Song Gang went to the auction house to maintain order. This time, they were gone for 2 hours. Yes, we finally settled those fellows down. Before they sat down, they were anxiously clamoring to see the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Fortunately, the two of us old fellows were here. After moving around a little with them, they became obedient. Hearing Song Gang's somewhat awkward words, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Luo Jin, who knew Song Gang's character, helplessly shook his head. Elder Xian also curled his lips, expressing his helplessness. When Xiao Yan saw their reactions, he quickly understood in his heart. This so-called moving around a little probably meant a lot of fighting. Seeing their helpless expressions, Song Gang awkwardly smiled. Then, his expression became serious and he said, "But now, according to the time, the originally scheduled auction time has already passed. I'm afraid that we don't have time to make any more preparations. In this regard, Xiao Yan secretly curled his lips in his heart. Time has passed. I'm afraid that a large part of this time has been consumed by your fighting. It's fine. I've already prepared the items here. I've also listed the auction order. When the time comes, we just need to let the auction house's people appraise it on the spot and directly auction it. Hearing this, the few of them nodded. Xiao Yan's actions had saved a lot of trouble for their auction house. In this way, the auction process did not need to be delayed. Xiao Yan casually took out the storage ring and handed it to Song Gang. Because Song Gang had just received this storage ring, he did not know how many items Xiao Yan wanted to auction in it. Therefore, he naturally checked it. But when Song Gang checked it, a shocked expression suddenly appeared on his face. The muscles at the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. Under his inspection, there were all kinds of items in this storage ring. In total, there were no less than 100 kinds of items. Moreover, combined with the quantity of each item, the value of these items would be at least a few million spirit coins if the auction was really completed. Moreover, the preciousness of these items surprised Song Gang. He did not expect Xiao Yan to take out so many heavenly treasures. Even he had only heard of some of the items but had never seen them. Now that he had seen them, Song Gang could not help but feel a little moved in his heart. These things could really be said to be extravagant. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan would take out these items to auction. If these were items that Xiao Yan did not need, it would be fine. But if these were items that he did not want, how could he imagine? Chapter 278. At this moment, there were no empty seats in the enormous auction house. There were even countless people who continued to pour into the auction house. If one were to look carefully, one would discover that although there were quite a lot of people who had entered the auction house, they were all half-martial emperors. The weakest among them was a 2-star half-martial emperor. Outside the auction house, the surging crowd of people was stopped 100 feet away from the entrance of the auction house. The majority of these people had extremely regretful expressions on their faces as they left the auction house in disappointment. The reason for that was because they were not qualified to enter the auction house. When Song Gang returned to Xiao Yan and Luo Jin's side, a new rule was set up in the auction house. Due to the large number of people who had come to participate in the auction, the upper echelons of the auction house decided to set up a new rule for the auction house in order to maintain order. Anyone who wanted to enter the auction house to participate in the auction had to pay 50,000 spirit coins. 50,000 spirit coins was not a small amount for the majority of people. Paying 50,000 spirit coins for nothing had the effect of discouraging the people who had come to participate in the auction. After all, there were a lot of half-martial emperors participating in the auction. Xiao Yan wanted to auction a mere 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards. Without a certain amount of financial strength, the chances of them obtaining the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards from the half-martial emperors was extremely slim. Thus, they were not willing to take this risk. At the same time when this new rule was set up, not only did it allow the auction house to earn a large amount of profit, it also reshuffled the people who were going to participate in the auction. The 50,000 spirit coins entrance fee caused the majority of people to shrink back. It also divided the forces who had the strength to compete for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation cards. Generally speaking, the people who were able to enter the auction house were all truly rich people. It had to be said that after managing the auction house for so many years, Song Gang was very familiar with the various methods of making money in the auction house. Through his method, not only did he manage to get rid of those rich big shots, when the time came for the auction, the various parties would naturally bid excessively high prices in order to compete for the auction items. In this way, regardless of whether it was for the auction house or Xiao Yan, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. As time slowly passed, the auction ground was eventually filled with a crowd. Noisy voices were like waves of muffled thunder as they continuously reverberated within the auction ground. The crowd, who were already impatient to begin with, became even more restless in this noisy atmosphere. Some of the relatively strong half-martial emperors even began to express their dissatisfaction toward the attendance of the auction houses. For a time, the huge auction house was in chaos. 4 human figures were seated in the first row of the auction ground closest to the auction stage. Their eyes were tightly shut as they leaned against the chairs under them. These 4 people were surprisingly MOD's group, who had met Xiao Yan's group outside the auction ground earlier. Sensing the noisy atmosphere, even with the temperaments of these 4 people, they still felt a trace of irritation in their hearts. As for Mu Han, a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was even more disgusted by this. Humph, noisy. After a cold snort sounded, an invisible spiritual pressure immediately swept across the entire auction ground with Mu Han in the middle. The frightening aura caused the expressions of everyone in the auction ground to change. Only at this moment did they recall that there was still a god, Mu Han, in the auction ground. If anyone neglected him and came into contact with him, the consequences would not be a joke. Ha ha ha, I'm really sorry. Due to some matters that I had to deal with later on, I was a little late. I hope that everyone can understand. After all, this auction is truly extraordinary. For the sake of caution, this old man had no choice but to make more preparations. However, just as Mu Han's spiritual storm swept across the entire auction ground, a bold and loud laughter was transmitted from the empty space. Soon after, everyone saw Song Gang, who had left earlier, once again appear in the auction ground. After his words sounded, everyone turned their gazes towards Song Gang. However, the latter looked towards Mu Han, who was seated in the front row. He once again smiled and said, "Many thanks to Teacher Mu." Just now, this old man was not around. From the looks of it, Teacher Mu has helped to maintain order in the auction ground. This old man thanks you. After his words sounded, Song Gang's sharp eyes swept across the entire auction ground. Finally, they once again landed on Mu Han's body. Humph, if you are truly grateful, quickly take out the Void Lightning Pool invitation and allow this old man to bid for it. Mu Han coldly laughed and said. Teacher Mu must be joking. There are indeed quite a number of items that will be auctioned in this auction. Moreover, the auction order is also decided by Mr. Yen Xiao. Although this old man is the manager of the auction house, it is not easy for me to change it. Therefore, I hope that Teacher Mu can be patient and wait. After hearing Mu Han's words, Song Gang merely smiled faintly. He played down the matter and casually brushed it aside. Humph, I think that all of you already have an intention to use the Void Lightning Pool invitation to gain more benefits for yourselves. This should be the true motive of that brat. I don't think so. Teacher Mu, you are one of the 2 great heads of the ancient savage city. Given your status, it is too degrading for you to sit here. This old man has already prepared a room for all of you. Why don't the few of you head over there? Mu Han's words did not move Song Gang. Instead, he smiled faintly and spoke to Mu Han once again. Upon hearing this, the latter's old eyes immediately narrowed. His deep eyes stared intently at Song Gang. Beside him, Yen Bing, an old monster, who exchanged glances. Their eyes flickered, but they did not open their mouths to say anything. On the other side, MOD could not help but frown. He felt that Song Gang's words had an ulterior motive. However, he could not figure out what it was. TSK, since you have kindly invited us, I will go along with you this time. However, do you really think that you can block this old man's probing with just these? After all, he was an old fox. Compared to MOD, Mu Han immediately understood Song Gang's intentions. The reason why Song Gang had asked them to leave the auction ground was so that he could use the special seal in the VIP room to restrict Mu Han's spiritual strength from probing. After all, if Mu Han were to use his own strength to secretly use some tricks on the people who had come to participate in the auction, how would they be able to continue the auction? Since that's the case, please. Mu Han's words were met with a light laugh from Song Gang. He seemed to be indifferent to this matter. Or perhaps, he was extremely confident in the seal in the auction house. Song Gang waved his sleeve and gestured for them to enter. With a strange smile on his face, Song Gang looked at Mu Han and the others. Mu Han's old eyes narrowed again. Radiance flickered in his eyes. However, he was the first to stand up. With a light snort, he followed an attendant who walked forward to lead them to the VIP room that was waiting for them. Behind him, Yan Bing and the others hesitated for a moment before following closely behind him. As the few of them left, Song Gang's gaze was fixed on the attendant who had led them to the VIP room. He was actually slightly nervous in his heart. Seeing that the few of them had disappeared into a passageway, Song Gang no longer hesitated. He faced the crowd again and waved his sleeve. The aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor immediately burst forth. Everyone present was startled. They had just sent off a venerated god with their gazes. Now, this venerated god was likely going to act up again. Ignoring the ordinary half-martial emperors who had serious expressions on their faces, Song Gang extended his broad palms. Both of his palms moved in succession. His fingertips lightly touched each other. Numerous complicated hand seals were rapidly formed. Following the hand seals, mysterious ripples appeared in the space before him. This was a special technique of the Heavenly Clouds auction house. However, it was also a formation that condensed an invisible barrier in the auction ground. This barrier would not obstruct a person's body. Instead, it would obstruct the probing of one's soul. In terms of formations, this could not be considered as a high-level formation. However, in this barren land of the continent, it was extremely rare. When Song Gang's hand seals were completely formed, the entire auction ground was enveloped by a mysterious aura. At this moment, everyone felt that their souls had become somewhat heavy. Although they knew that this was because of the formation, they were still endlessly shocked by it. With the formation enveloping them, the auras of these half-martial emperors were isolated from each other. At this moment, apart from relying on their faces, none of them could recognize each other. Among these people, there were many who used masks. This greatly increased the secrecy of these people during the auction. I've made everyone wait for a long time. Now, all the preparations have been completed. The things that everyone has been waiting for are all in this storage ring. The 6 Void Lightning Pool invitation are all in it. Hearing the Void Lightning Pool invitation, everyone present immediately stood up. Song Gang also smiled with satisfaction. Then, he once again laughed heartily and said, "It seems that everyone is impatient. Since that's the case, this old man will now officially announce that the Heavenly Clouds Auction House's Void Lightning Pool Invitation Auction House will now begin." Chapter 279. When Song Gang announced the start of the auction, Mu Han and the rest were led by the attendant to a VIP room in the auction house. The attendant had his head lowered the entire time and was slightly shorter than the 4 people beside him. Therefore, Mu Han and the others could not see his face clearly. However, they did not care about it. After all, he was just a small fry and would not attract the interest of powerful cultivators like them. When they arrived at the door of the VIP room, the attendant stood to the side and respectfully gestured for them to enter. Mu Han's old eyes flickered. The hung men in front of him made him feel a little uncomfortable. Song Gang's expression and attitude surfaced in his mind. Even though he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't help but have a weird feeling when he faced Song Gang. Humph! With a soft snort, Mu Han threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. In his heart, he was laughing at himself for worrying too much and thinking too much. With a wave of his sleeves, Mu Han's sharp eyes swept across the attendant who was bowing beside him as he spoke in an indifferent tone. "All right, you don't have to enter. We don't need anyone to wait on us. You may leave." After Mu Han spoke, the attendant's expression changed slightly. He lifted his bowed body slightly and was about to speak when Mu Han coldly snorted, causing the latter to hurriedly bow again. Seeing this, Mu Han involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. With a move of his feet, he strode forward and took the lead to enter the VIP room. Behind him, Yan Bing and the other 2 entered one after another. Crack, 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 crack. After the few of them entered, the heavy stone door closed with a series of cracking sounds. Only when the stone door was completely shut did the attendant standing at the door slowly lift his head, revealing a young and handsome face. From the looks of it, it was Luo Jin. Luo Jin stretched his body slightly. He was afraid that Mu Han would discover him in the VIP room. With Mu Han's soul power, the special materials and arrays in the VIP room wouldn't be able to completely block Mu-Han's probing. Immediately, Luo Jin did not dare to hesitate. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized astrolabe immediately appeared in his hand. The astrolabe was the greater one astrolabe that Luo Jin had used to deal with the cloud-splitting wolf. With the astrolabe in his hand, Luo Jin immediately poured his Do Qi into it. With the continuous influx of Do Qi, the 7 stars on the astrolabe lit up and emitted a faint fluorescent light. Luo Jin took out the astrolabe and placed it in the void in front of him. Then, he raised both of his hands to his chest and formed a series of seals with his 10 fingers. At the same time, in the void in front of him, a circle of invisible space ripples spread out. A strange energy spread out rapidly. Under the control of Luo Jin's mind, the energy enveloped the VIP room where Mu-Han and the others were. The greater 1-star disc was an array disc, and there were many high-level arrays in it. Luo Jin could easily cast some high-level arrays that could only be cast by array masters with the help of the arrays that already existed in the array disc. Luo Jin only sighed in relief after the invisible ripples had enveloped the entire VIP room. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Immediately, he turned around and left. Although Mu-Han appeared to be here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he would definitely not allow the auction to proceed as planned after seeing his murderous intent toward Xiaoyan. Song Gang was present at the auction. Although Song Gang was not as strong as Mu-Han, Song Gang would more or less restrain himself due to the reputation of the Tianyan auction house. On the surface, Song Gang would not do anything out of line. However, Song Gang would have difficulty suppressing Mu-Han's actions in secret. Helpless, Luo Jin could only personally take action. Taking advantage of the fact that Mu-Han and the others had just entered the VIP room and had yet to react, Luo Jin immediately used the astrolabe to seal the entire VIP room. In this way, even if Mu-Han's spiritual strength had already stepped into the consolidation stage, he would not be able to break through the layer of array that Luo Jin had set up. When Luo Jin returned to the VIP room where Xiaoyan was, the expression in Mu-Han's eyes suddenly hardened. His shriveled hands abruptly slammed the armrests on both sides of him. The chair under him immediately broke and his body stood up. Mu-Han's body also stood up. Bastard! How is this possible? How is it possible for a few 8-star half-martial emperors to do this? This sudden change also caused the faces of MOD and the others beside Mu-Han to immediately turn pale with fright. However, their hearts were filled with doubt. Just what had happened to cause Mu-Han to be so agitated? Could it be because of that Yan Xiao? Master Mu, what happened? You are. MOD's gaze quickly met with Yan Bing's and the others for an instant before he cautiously asked Mu-Han with a frown. Use your spiritual strength to sense it properly. These fellows actually dared to set a trap for me. They are truly courting death. MOD's question caused Mu-Han's face to instantly turn gloomy. He straightened his old face and coldly shouted at MOD. Even though he was extremely dissatisfied with Mu-Han's attitude, MOD could only obediently shut his mouth due to the former strength. In his heart, his spiritual strength spread out as he searched for the reason why Mu-Han was angry. Just as his spiritual strength spread out, MOD's face instantly changed. His spiritual strength was actually unable to spread outside the VIP room. Outside the VIP room, there was actually an extremely strong layer of array. The spiritual strength that he was about to spread out was blocked by that array. How is this possible? I have participated in the Heavenly Cloud Auction House's auctions a few times. Even though there was always an array that blocked spiritual strength, there was never a time when the array's strength was so terrifying. What exactly is going on? MOD could not help but feel shocked in his heart when he sensed the layer of formation that enveloped the entire VIP room. Yan Bing and Old Demon who were by the side, could not help but frown slightly when they heard this. After a round of investigation, a deep shock also surged onto the faces of the two of them. From what they could sense, that array was actually more than 100 times more terrifying than any array they had encountered in the past. It was no wonder that even a rank 3 array master like Mu-Han was unable to break through his seal. How was it? Did everything go smoothly? Seeing that Luo Jin had returned, Xiao Yan had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Hearing this, Luo Jin also smiled and nodded his head. He walked to the chair beside Xiao Yan and sat down. He laughed half-jokingly and said, "Of course. Of course. I, Luo Jin, personally went out. After dressing up, Mu Han really treated me like a manservant." Xiao Yan laughed softly as he shook his head. In his heart, he was filled with admiration for Luo Jin's bold actions. In response, Luo Jin smiled faintly. He casually picked up the tea on the table beside him and took a sip. His entire body lazily leaned against the back of the chair as he lifted his gaze and looked at the light screen in front of the two. The scene displayed on the light screen was the current situation in the auction house. If you want to talk about it, he can only blame himself. Mu Han's achievements today are indeed due to his own abilities. This is something that I cannot deny. Luo Jin spoke once again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head. Mu Han's strength was truly absolute in the boorish desolate land. This was something that even he could not deny. However, it is also because of this that as his strength grew, he also became more cautious and cautious. He would be suspicious of everyone. As for me, I took advantage of this and was certain that he would not allow me to enter the VIP room. When he stopped me at the door, that was my chance. Chapter 280. Everyone, the next item that this old man is going to take out is more than 10 times the value of the scaleless fruit. If there is anyone in the auction hall who takes a fancy to it, feel free to bid. As long as you are able to take out an item of equal value, feel free to take it away. On the auction stage, an old man was smiling as he looked at the fiery faces of the half-martial emperors below the stage. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a satisfied expression. After the previous few rounds of intense competition, the atmosphere in the auction hall had already completely exploded. Even these half-martial emperors could not help but feel wild in their hearts when they saw the old man on the stage take out rare treasures that could only be found by chance. In addition to the old man's miraculous introduction, even though the crowd had some understanding of the auction item, the final result of the auction was still that the item was worth more than the price. At this moment, seeing that the atmosphere in the auction hall was becoming increasingly fiery, this old man did not have the slightest intention of taking out the auction item. This auctioneer was truly shrewd and ruthless. He knew when these fellows before him were the most excited. What he needed to grasp was this period of time. This was because only in this short period of time could the price of the auction item be raised in one fell swoop. In every subsequent competition, the price of the auction item would be even more terrifying. The result of this was that both the owner of the auction item and the auction house would earn even more profits. Why not do it when both sides benefit? Until a certain moment when the atmosphere in the auction hall had truly reached its peak, a satisfied smile finally appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Soon after, he unhurriedly took out an exquisite wooden box from the storage ring on his hand. Everyone, the next item is not a natural treasure, nor is it steel or metal. However, just like what this old man has said, its value is only greater than the previous items. After the old man's words sounded, the crowd in the auction hall once again stood up. However, most of them still felt anxious and dissatisfied with the old man's unhurried speed. Hearing the urging voices of the people below, the old man smiled once again. His shriveled hand gently pressed on the void in front of him, indicating for everyone to calm down. However, in his heart, he could not wait for these pots of money in front of him to become more lively. After a few more breaths, the old man slowly opened the wooden box on the crystal platform under the anxious gazes of the crowd. At the same time, he introduced the box to the crowd. Everyone, this is a low-grade human-class technique, howling wind technique. Whoosh, once those words left his mouth, the entire auction ground was shocked. Everyone's gazes were filled with extreme shock as they looked at the old man on the auction stage. It was hard to imagine that this old man would actually use a world-shaking martial technique that could shock even a half-martial emperor. Mortal-level cultivation method. Even amongst all the half-martial emperors present, how many of them were capable of cultivating such a cultivation technique? Most of these half-martial emperors only cultivated cultivation techniques of the heaven level. However, the old man on the auction stage actually possessed a mortal-level cultivation technique. How could these half-martial emperors not be envious? Seeing the crazed expressions on everyone's faces, the smile on the old man's face became even wider. His pair of old eyes flickered as he slowly swept his gaze across the entire auction hall. After that, he laughed loudly once again and said, "Haha, everyone, listen to this old man first." This time, under the temptation of a mortal-level cultivation technique, everyone immediately became obedient. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts as they stared fervently at the old man on the auction stage. Howling Wind Technique, a low-grade human-class wind attribute cultivation technique. It's one of the best wind attribute cultivation techniques. After cultivating it, one will be able to move through the clouds with their own wind. After cultivating it to the advanced stage, one will be able to transform into wind and clouds. It will allow the cultivator's speed and control of the wind between heaven and earth to become even more proficient. After a simple introduction, the crowd below the stage was already impatient. Before the auction even started, they were already prepared to fight over it. All sorts of threatening words were incessant. This is actually a mortal-level cultivation technique. I never thought that a mortal-level cultivation technique would actually appear in this auction. That 50,000 spirit coins was not a loss at all. Ha 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 ha. No one can fight over this howling wind technique with me. This old man is taking it for sure. Humph. You're just a bunch of low-level half-step emperors, and you actually dare to boast shamelessly here. This howling wind technique is just right for my grandson. If any of you dare to fight over it with me, I will definitely not let you off easily. Everyone, please calm down. Next, it will be up to everyone to decide who will obtain this howling wind technique. Everyone should be clear about the rules. If you exchange items, the value must not be lower than the auction item itself. Now, the auction begins. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a large number of competing voices rang out one after another. The auction hall, which had only been silent for a moment, instantly exploded like a pot of boiling water. After an intense bout of competition, this howling wind technique finally landed in the hands of a patriarch of a large family. Of course, correspondingly, he also paid a considerable price. The profits brought by this howling wind technique definitely far exceeded its original value. In the VIP room, Xiao Yan looked at the situation in the auction hall displayed on the light screen. He could not help but reveal a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the old man's auction method. Before this, Xiao Yan had never thought that a low-level human rank cultivation technique could be auctioned for such a high price. This was enough to show the auctioneer's ability. Elder Chen is a founding member of the Tianyun auction house. His ability to auction things is unmatched. This time, the auction house specially invited him here for you. Luo Jin looked at the old man displayed on the light screen and said softly with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a look of gratitude. Thank you very much. Luo Jin smiled and shook his head. He looked at Xiao Yan and said, "There's no need for us to be so polite. There's no need to be so polite between us. I know that you're not an ordinary person. Fifth Grandpa also knows that. It's just that he doesn't say it. If you really want to thank me, then just treat my help as an investment in you. As long as you remember that you still have a friend like me in the future, no." Before Luo Jin finished speaking, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a single word. This caused the former's eyebrows to twitch slightly. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan continued to speak. "You and I are not friends. We should be brothers." The first half of the sentence caused Luo Jin to look surprised, but then, a smile appeared on Luo Jin's face. The smile gradually widened, and finally turned into a maniacal laugh. Xiao Yan, who was beside Luo Jin, was no different from him. Chapter 281. While the atmosphere in the auction house was in full swing due to the various auction items that the auctioneer had brought out, on the other side, in the VIP room where MOD and the others were seated, Muhan's face was still gloomy. Despite being a 9-star half-martial emperor, he was currently being locked up in a prison by an 8-star half-martial emperor. How could this allow his emotions to remain calm? Muhan's face was filled with fury. Even though he had used all of his techniques, he was ultimately unable to break the formation that covered the entire VIP room. The tier of that formation was definitely a rank 3 formation or above. Being unable to break the formation caused Muhan to become even more furious. He waved his sleeves and a frightening dochi pillar shot out and violently struck the stone door. An explosion immediately sounded and the thick stone door was blasted into a pile of rock fragments. The attendant standing outside the door was involuntarily shocked by this sudden turn of events. Humph. Where is the person from the auction house? Get your ass in here. The attendant outside the VIP room hurriedly recovered after hearing this furious cry. He did not dare to be negligent in his heart as he hurriedly entered the VIP room. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Muhan. His mouth trembled as he spoke. May I know what instructions do you have for this lowly one? Muhan was about to angrily cry out when he saw the attendant the moment he saw him. However, his eyes suddenly hardened when he saw the attendant in front of him. He involuntarily frowned and a trace of surprise rose in his heart. However, Muhan immediately came to a realization in his heart soon after. The fury on his face immediately became even more intense. He suddenly extended his hand and his palm faced the respectful attendant in front of him. A wild and violent suction force surged out and grabbed the attendant's head in his palm. Humph. You are not that brat. Where is the fellow who brought us here earlier? Speak. After taking a glance, Muhan immediately recognized that the attendant in front of him was not the one who had brought them to the VIP room earlier. Muhan immediately understood in his heart that the formation was definitely set up by that brat from before. The attendant was extremely terrified when his head was grabbed by Muhan. His mind was completely blank for a moment. There was no need to even think about how to reply to Muhan. Humph. Trash. Seeing this, Muhan was instantly enraged. He flipped the hand that was holding the waiter's head and slammed the waiter against the wall of the VIP room. The huge force spread out and the hard wall quickly cracked. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed all the half-martial emperors in the auction. Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were naturally no exception. What's wrong? That fellow is still restless and insists on causing a ruckus. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Only Muhan's group would dare to cause such a huge commotion in the Heavenly Clouds auction house. TSK. That guy, it seems like he knows that he can't do it in the dark, so he directly put it out in the open. He is really a guy who never changes his mind. Luo Jin sneered. Isn't he afraid that the Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce will make trouble for him? Xiao Yan frowned. Although he knew that Song Gang and Luo Jin had a close relationship, Xiao Yan did not associate the Yunin Pavilion with the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce. As the owner of the Heavenly Clouds auction house, the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce would naturally not allow their subordinate forces to suffer any losses. Looking for trouble? Of course he knows how terrifying the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce is. A force like that is absolutely not something that a 9-star half-martial emperor can easily provoke. Even if he is a rank 3 array master, in the eyes of the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce, he is nothing. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His mouth carried some disdain as he laughed softly. After pausing for a moment, he continued to speak. Since he dares to make a move, he naturally has the confidence to do so. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Even the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce would not make such a big fuss over an auction house that is so far away. It is already enough that the Chamber of Commerce sent Song Gang, an 8-star half-martial emperor. As for what happens, it will be up to him to deal with it. As for Muhan, it is precisely because he is aware of this that he is fearless. Xiao Yan was a little confused as he listened to Luo Jin's long speech. He basically did not know anything about management. Therefore, he was too lazy to use his brain to try and figure out what was going on. However, Xiao Yan was somewhat curious as to why Luo Jin knew so much about the management methods of the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce. Brother Luo Jin, how do you know so much about the Heavenly Clouds Chamber of Commerce? Xiao Yan frowned slightly as a glint flashed across his eyes. Well, I roughly deduced that the management of a force is more or less the same. Luo Jin's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Yan. His words were somewhat unclear. However, after the two looked at each other for a moment, they tacitly understood each other and laughed out loud. On Mu Han's side, Song Gang had also rushed over with a hurried expression. The auction in the auction house had already been suspended. If they could not solve the problem of Mu Han, it would be difficult for the auction to continue as usual. Teacher Mu, this old man respects you as a grandmaster and a 9-star half-martial emperor. That is why I addressed you as Teacher Mu. This can be considered as taking care of your reputation. However, what you have done today has completely disregarded the reputation of my auction house. When he saw Mu Han, Song Gang was too lazy to be courteous and immediately spoke in a cold voice. The relationship between the two of them was not good to begin with. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for him to be courteous. Mu Han coldly snorted when he heard Song Gang's words. With a similarly cold expression, he coldly shouted at Song Gang. Humph. Song Gang, even at this point in time, you still want to quibble with this old man. You keep saying that you respect this old man, but you are secretly opposing me. Since you look down on this old man's strength, today, this old man will properly experience whether you, Song Gang, are as fearless as the rumors say. After his words fell, Mu Han did not hesitate and clawed at Song Gang. He wanted to use violence to warn everyone present that the prestige of an expert was inviolable. Humph. Mu Han, this is the auction house's rule. No one is allowed to use spiritual strength in the Heavenly Clouds auction house. Even if you are a 9-star half-martial emperor, you are not an exception. However, since you insist on attacking, then let this old man experience what is so great about a 9-star half-martial emperor. After an explosive shout, Song Gang's aura was overbearing and he did not lose out to Mu Han in the slightest. As his body moved, the seals in his palms changed and he also ruthlessly sent a palm strike towards Mu Han, who was charging over with an imposing aura. Boom! After an explosion, the entire auction house started to violently tremble. The might created by the joint attack of two high-level half-martial emperors caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Bang! Mu Han was indeed worthy of being a 9-star half-martial emperor. Their palms merely collided for a few breaths of time before Mu Han's arms suddenly shook. A huge force violently surged forth, and Song Gang's body was sent flying. He ruthlessly crashed into the wall of the VIP lounge. Mu Han snorted. His body moved and he followed up with another attack. With a twist of his wrist, he once again sent a palm strike towards Song Gang's chest. Boom! However, in the next instant, a figure flashed in front of Song Gang. Elder Xian's figure appeared before Song Gang. At the same time, Elder Xian sent out a palm strike and forcefully received Mu Han's mighty palm strike. Although Elder Xian managed to receive Mu Han's palm strike, he was also ruthlessly pushed back. With a bang, his skinny body crashed into the wall. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Elder Xian's mouth. Cough cough. Teacher Mu, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. After all, you are a 9-star half-martial emperor and the renowned Teacher Mu of the desolate ancient city. He has already been injured and you have already vented your anger. Right now, the auction still has to continue. I hope that Teacher Mu can stop now. Humph. Enough, meddlesome fellow. How much is your face worth? I will let him off for today's matter. I believe that he will also understand the difference between an 8-star half-martial emperor and a 9-star half-martial emperor. Before Elder Xian's words left his mouth, Mu Han snorted coldly. Due to the envelopment of the spirit formation, Mu Han did not discover Elder Xian's timely arrival. Otherwise, he would not have continued to attack. No matter what, Elder Xian was an elder of the Yunin Pavilion. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he still had to give face to the Buddha. As long as he gave face to the Yunin Pavilion, Mu Han would naturally not continue to attack. That's good. However, Teacher Mu, this old man still has a sentence that I need to correct. Indeed, you do not need to give me any face. However, what I wanted to say earlier was, give face to my master and let this matter go. Once those words were said, not only Mu Han, even Yan Bing and the other two behind him immediately revealed expressions of shock. When they thought of the master of the Yunin Pavilion, they all felt endlessly terrified in their hearts. However, just as the three of them were pondering whether or not Elder Xian's words were true, Elder Xian extended his hand into his sleeve and took out a completely lustrous jade fan. As for this jade fan, it was Luo Jin's jade whisking fan. Chapter 282. This is the whisk jade fan. Seeing the whisk jade fan in Elder Xian's hand, Mu Han and the others immediately turned pale with fright. They involuntarily let out an exclamation. A deep solemnness surged into their eyes when they looked at Elder Xian. They did not feel solemn for Elder Xian. Instead, they felt solemn for the owner of the whisk jade fan in his hand. Within the ancient Wildland city, everyone knew of the strength of the Yunin Pavilion. The Yunin Pavilion was a powerful faction that had a true elite Do Di as its guardian. Although they were unable to explore the true enormous outline of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion with their strength, the strength of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion had definitely exceeded their imagination based on the fact that they had a Do Di. The whisk jade fan has appeared in the ancient Wildland city. Don't tell me, he has returned. Yan Bing, who was behind Mu Han, could not help but exclaim. When he said this, his indifferent face finally couldn't help but be moved. But that fellow. Didn't he go to another region? Why did he return? Old Devil, who stared intently at the whisk jade fan in Elder Xian's hand as he spoke with a surprised tone. He has left. Naturally, he can return. I'm afraid that this is my negligence. I should have thought of this earlier. At this moment, Mod's face revealed a solemn expression. Compared to Yan Bing and Old Devil, he was even more terrified of the person in the Yunin Pavilion. He was helpless. Who asked him to be the weakest among them? Mod's words had just sounded when Mu Han, who was facing Elder Xian at the front of the group, immediately sensed a trace of something else. He tilted his head slightly and stared at Mod from the corner of his eyes. He frowned and asked. What is going on? Speak clearly. Hearing this, Mod's originally tightly knitted eyebrows became even more twisted. He nodded slightly as he recalled the time when he had just arrived at the ancient Wildland city a few months ago. At that time, he was in the Yunin Pavilion. As a rank 2 alchemist, he was highly respected by everyone. That day, the Yunin Pavilion suddenly closed its doors and prohibited anyone from entering the Yunin Pavilion. Xiao Yan was led in by Elder Xian. Mod clearly remembered that Elder Xian had told him that the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion had returned. However, the two of them had only said a few words in a hurry, so Mod did not take it to heart. Now that he thought about it carefully, what Elder Xian had said at that time was definitely true. When Mu Han and the others heard that Elder Xian had brought Xiao Yan into the Yunin Pavilion, they could not help but be slightly shocked. It turned out that Xiao Yan had already gotten involved with the Yunin Pavilion a few months ago. Moreover, from the looks of it, the pavilion master was probably the one who had ordered the Yunin Pavilion to close its doors that day. After knowing this, Mu Han's heart gradually cleared up. This auction was not as simple as it seemed. He believed that the array outside the VIP room was definitely not from the Tianyun auction house. If that was the case, it could only be him. Why? Why are there so many people helping him? Who exactly is this brat? When he thought of this and thought of the group of half-step emperors around Xiao Yan, even with Mu Han's mental state, he could not help but be secretly shocked. Master Mu, since that is the case, this old man will not disturb you any further. I heard that Master Mu is also here for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. This old man wishes Master Mu a fruitful return. While Muhan was in a daze, Elder Xian's faint laughter rang out again, pulling Muhan back from his inner world. After saying that, Elder Xian could not help but cough lightly twice. Then, he pulled Song Gang, who was beside him, and was about to leave. Wait. Seeing that Elder Xian was about to leave, Muhan hurriedly stopped him. However, in the next instant, he realized that his tone was not right. He quickly corrected himself and smiled at Elder Xian. Hee, Brother Xian Yi, please wait. This old man admits that he had accidentally hurt the two of you in a fit of anger. If there was any negligence, I hope that the two of you can forgive me. Master Mu, there is no need to beat around the bush. Just say what you want to say. Elder Xian and Elder Xian weren't surprised by Muhan's sudden politeness. They had seen many people like him, and they were already used to it. Hearing Elder Xian's straightforward words, Muhan could not help but reveal an awkward smile. Then, he did not waste any more time and directly said, Brother Xian Yi, I have admired your master for a long time. However, he has always been elusive. From the beginning to the end, I have never seen him even once. May I have the opportunity to see the Pavilion Master's true appearance today? While speaking, Muhan's face was filled with sincerity. Those who did not know would really think that he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, Luo Jin sneered in his heart. This scene was also within Luo Jin's expectations. Meeting was fake, but probing was real. Muhan did not expect to be able to meet the Pavilion Master of the Yunin Pavilion. He only wanted to confirm his own thoughts. This. I'm afraid that is not possible. Master Mu, you should know that my master is a loner and his whereabouts are secretive. Usually, it is very difficult for us to meet him. As long as it is someone he wants to meet, he will not allow anyone to disturb him. However, if he does not say that he wants to meet or is not willing to meet, it is impossible no matter how capable you are. At this moment, my master is meeting with Sir Yen Xiao alone. Therefore, Xian Yi frowned as he looked at Muhan. His face revealed a troubled expression. Muhan's request seemed to be giving him a headache. If that is the case, then. Brother Xian Yi, I will not trouble you. After all, the Pavilion Master is an extremely powerful person. His decision is not something that you and I can influence. Muhan sighed helplessly as a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Yan Bing and Old Monster who were behind him, saw everything and remembered it in their hearts. If that is the case, I will not stay any longer. Master Mu, please have a seat. I will leave now. As he spoke, Xian Yi pulled Song Gang with one hand and stepped out of the VIP room. When they reached the door, Muhan, who was behind them, once again spoke out to stop them. Brother Xian Yi, please wait. Xian Yi and Song Gang, who had their backs facing Muhan, frowned slightly and exchanged glances. Their hearts were filled with suspicion. What exactly was this fellow planning? Xian Yi turned around and saw that Muhan had already arrived behind them. He could not help but frown. Just as he was about to speak, Muhan extended his hand. A light flashed in his palm and two Longan-sized round elixirs appeared in Muhan's hand. Brother Xian Yi, you and Brother Song Gang, who is your brother? Before Xian Yi finished speaking, Song Gang shouted angrily. The invisible pressure that was contained in his voice caused the entire VIP room to tremble slightly. Muhan was also shocked by this sudden shout. However, he quickly reacted and did not reveal a trace of dissatisfaction on his old face. Instead, he opened his mouth and laughed. Yes. The two of you are more or less injured. I have 2 Emperor tier elixirs here. Take it as compensation. Hearing these words, Song Gang's face remained expressionless. Clearly, he did not care. However, Xian Yi gently raised his eyebrows and could not help but feel a little surprised. To be honest, although the two of them had each suffered a blow from Muhan, they were not seriously injured. However, they did not expect Muhan to be even more excited than them. He had taken out 2 Emperor tier elixirs in one go. 2 light injuries in exchange for 2 Emperor tier elixirs. This was a great deal. Xian Yi smiled. He was not as indifferent as Song Gang. Instead, he warmly received the elixirs from Mu Han and placed them into his storage ring in front of Mu Han. Mu Han once again awkwardly smiled when he saw this. Xian Yi also followed suit and smiled. After which, he ceased procrastinating and ignored Mu Han. He turned around, stepped out of the shattered stone door, and walked toward the VIP room where Xiao Yan and Luo Jin were located. Seeing Xian Yi and Song Gang disappear around the corner of the tunnel, the smile on Mu Han's face gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression. Mu Han's icy cold gaze swept across Mod as he turned around, causing the latter's entire body to shiver. Mu Han panted as he looked at the destroyed furniture in the VIP room. He recalled what Xian Yi had said earlier, and the anger that he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted at this moment. Take a seat your ass. The hoarse roar was deafening in this small space. Yan Bing and the other two looked at each other, but they tactfully remained silent. Chapter 283. In the VIP room, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin frowned as they looked at the two people in front of them. Especially the trace of blood at the corner of Elder Xian's mouth, the two of them had many thoughts running through their minds. After looking at each other, Luo Jin was the first to speak. What happened? Why are the two of you injured? Hearing this, Elder Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. It's fine. It's just a small injury. We only took a hit from that guy. It's not a big deal. Furthermore, at the end of his sentence, Elder Xian paused for a moment. He looked at Song Gang beside him and smiled. Furthermore, we deserve those 2 hits. It can even be said that we made a huge profit. As he said this, Elder Xian flipped his palm and 2 round pills the size of a longan appeared in his palm. These were the emperor-level pills that Mu Han had given them earlier. Seeing these 2 pills, Xiao Yan immediately recognized that they were emperor-level pills. However, he was still a little surprised. He did not know why Elder Xian had taken out these 2 emperor-level pills. 1 pill per palm. This is even faster than the auction. An expression of understanding immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's and Mu Han's faces when they heard this. It was likely that Mu Han's heart was incomparably depressed at this moment. Originally, he wanted to secretly tamper with Xiao Yan's auction and lower the price of every item so that the auction could not proceed normally. However, who would have thought that the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion would appear out of nowhere? The appearance of the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master was like a blow to his head. Instantly, all his thoughts were scattered. Mu Han knew that with the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion present at the auction, no one would be able to secretly tamper with the auction. Even if it was him, Master Mu, who was revered by everyone in the ancient wilderness city. This is all thanks to young Master's foresight. You knew that Mu Han would not be willing to be controlled by others. Elder Xian looked at Luo Jin with admiration and smiled. Luo Jin shook his head and smiled faintly, not saying anything more. After this incident, the auction went on smoothly for the next few days. Countless items were sold by the auctioneer every day. However, the entire auction house was still filled to the brim. It was even to the extent that during these past few days, many half-step emperors from all over had rushed over to participate in the auction after hearing the news. In a short few days, the auction house's income was comparable to half a year's income. Other than these, the auctions in the auction ground were still continuing. The storage ring that Xiao Yan had handed to Song Gang still had nearly 1/3 of the auction items remaining. Once all of these things were auctioned off, just what kind of wealth would it be? Song Gang's eyes lit up. Following the silence of Mu Han and the others, Xiao Yan and the others also felt a sense of relief. The feeling of being constantly remembered was not a good feeling. During these past few days, Xiao Yan did not do any senseless training. Currently, his strength was at the peak of the 3-star half-step emperor realm. Slow training would no longer have any obvious effect. Moreover, the path of cultivation was about progressing step by step. Risking one's life to train might not necessarily bring about a powerful cultivation. Appropriately relaxing oneself might also bring about unexpected gains. Of course, This kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Xiao Yan did not gain much during these few days. Even when he was chatting and laughing with Luo Jin, he did not find out the slightest bit of information about the faction behind Luo Jin. With regards to this, Xiao Yan was not surprised. Unknowingly, time quietly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Out of the 6 invitations to the Void Lightning Pool, only one was left after the previous 5 days of auctioning 1 invitation per day. It was still unknown who the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would end up in. However, in a certain VIP room, 4 people had never left. From the beginning to the end, they had not auctioned off a single item. On the 6th day, after an entire day of intense competition, all of the auction items had been auctioned off. At this moment, there was only 1 Void Lightning Reservoir invitation left in the storage ring. This was the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation among the 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations. It was also the final item of this auction. The atmosphere in the auction house was still fiery. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the hearts of these people became. After all, there were only 6 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations. The 5 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations that were auctioned off had already ended up in the hands of others. The rules of the auction house were to keep the identity of the auctioneer a secret. Thus, the whereabouts of the 5 Void Lightning Reservoir invitations were unknown. At this moment, the group of half-step emperors that did not obtain any Void Lightning Reservoir invitation could only cast their gazes onto the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. This final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would determine whether or not they would be able to enter the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. It was also because of this that the value of this Void Lightning Reservoir invitation had greatly surpassed its original value. On the auction stage, the old man still had an unhurried expression on his face. He did not seem to care about the anxious gazes of the people below the stage. After a long while, the old man finally slowly took out the final Void Lightning Reservoir invitation from his storage ring. When the crowd saw the silver Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, they instantly stood up once again. Their eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism as they looked at the old man. The next item to be auctioned off is the final item of today's auction. It is also the final item of this auction. I believe that most of the people here are here for this final item, the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. As the old man spoke, a few figures slowly walked out from the shadows somewhere in the auction house. It was Mu Han and the others. Before the old man took out the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, they had already left the VIP room. In order to ensure that the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation would fall into their hands, even though the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion was still present in the auction house, they still had to appear to intimidate the crowd. The old man on the auction stage clearly noticed Mu Han and the others. When they appeared, he could not help but frown. However, he quickly relaxed his brows and ignored them. The old man slowly swept his gaze across the crowd below the stage. When he saw the expressions on everyone's faces, the old man smiled faintly and said, everyone, this old man will not waste any more time on pleasantries. I believe that everyone knows the rules of the auction house. No one is allowed to threaten others in the auction house. If anyone is found to have done so, they will be forcefully expelled from the auction house and will never be allowed to step into the Tianyan auction house again. Although this was already a rule that everyone knew, the old man still repeated it in the face of the current situation. At the end of his words, the old man's gaze landed on Mu Han, who was standing at the side of the auction house. When he saw that Mu Han did not make any other moves, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. After which, he slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd again, saying, as for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, this old man does not need to introduce it further. The owner of the last Void Lightning Reservoir invitation has made a request. As it is a barter, the owner of the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation wants to exchange it for an Emperor-grade pill formula or an Emperor-grade pill formula. Other than that, he will not exchange it for anything else. Once the old man's words were spoken, the hearts of everyone present were immediately shocked. Although the people present were all half-martial emperors, very few of them were alchemists. Even if there were alchemists, they would at the very most be level 9 alchemists. Thus, practically no one present was able to take out an emperor-level medicinal pill and an emperor-level medicinal pill formula. Xiao Yan's request had instantly defeated most of the half-martial emperors present. If one was not an alchemist, it was impossible for them to have the opportunity to bid for the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation. Only MOD, who was standing at the side of the auction house, had a gloomy expression on his old face at this moment. Xiao Yan's actions showed that he did not intend to auction the Void Lightning Reservoir invitation to the half-martial emperors present. Xiao Yan's request was directed at him, MOD.